I just went live on this Hangout. Alright, I'm live on this Hangout. Here, I'm gonna go back to unfiltered news where you cannot see this on anywhere but here. Let's see, the pharmaceutical industry spent $65.4 million on lobbying in the first quarter of 2014 on a 24% increase over what it spent in the third quarter of 2013. Natural Society 16. Really? The U.S. Department of Agriculture is soliciting companies for a government contract to supply submachine guns with 30-round clips. The USDA has moved very far away from its original purpose of aiding farmers. Breitbart, and they have. They're buying guns to go out and do Bundy things that happen in Nevada with the rancher. They're gonna force you off your land. You don't own the property, don't you know? If you pay taxes on property, you don't own it. Sorry. If you don't pay those taxes, they take your property away. Don't you know? Huh? Well, you should. Okay. London Silver Fixed and a group of banks that set the price of silver every day announced that it would dissolve in 3 months. Really? It's not right at all. The announcement follows the Dutch bank giving up its control over silver. Huh. Well, that's what you get. You live in hell, you get hell. And I'm right now trying to recover the page. It's not recovering. There it is. Just recovered. It probably just crashed again. Why? It's Michael crap. Okay. Giving its position in this group and its position on the LMBA, London Building Market Association, that sets the price of gold. The speculation that the LBMA also will fold because investigations and lawsuits are in the increase for insider manipulation of bullion prices. Zero Hedge, 2014, May 15th. South Carolina passed a bill to legalize growing industrial hemp. Hooray! A crop that is worth $500 million per year in the U.S. market. Colorado, Oregon, and Vermont also have legalized industrial hemp. Colorado farmers started planting the crop last year. TAC, May 14th. And it should be. Hemp is not the same as cannabis that's smoked to get high on. It's an industrial product that can be made into 5,000 different things. 5,000. And it's in direct competition with these world corporations who make things synthetically. Don't you know yet? Well, you should. That would wake up a lot of people if they realize hemp and marijuana, cannabis is not the same. They're related to each other, but they're not the same. One gets you high, the other doesn't. Okay. Video. Ukraine has cut the water supply to North Crimean Canal after Crimea joined Russia. This has caused a severe water shortage in Crimea, affecting humans, livestock, and food production. Russia Today, May 14th. We are in a war with superpowers today in America. Why? I do not know. We shouldn't be in these wars, but the money junkies are out there just pounding away. We got to keep our drug coming in. Money. They're drug addicts. Wall Street and government are money junkies. in the U.S. They just absolutely are. Okay. Star, meaning something to keep for future reference. The mainstream media is giving the maximum exposure to dire global warming predictions about the collapse of the Antarctic ice sheet. At one time, the same journalists warned that the Arctic would be ice-free by 2013. The truth is that the Arctic grew by a mammoth 553,000 square miles from August 2012 to 2013 last year. Climate scientists were forced to admit that there has been zero global warming in the last 17 years. InfoWars, May 14th. And there has been no global warming. Today, the temperature in May is in the 50s in the Ohio Valley. Should wake a lot of people up that they're just out to make money. Money junkies at it again. Minnesota. A bill is passed to ban police from obtaining cell phone tracking information without a warrant. The law also will protect people from warrantless data gathering by state government and will stop data sharing up the chain of federal authorities. TAC May 14th. And they shouldn't have the power to come up to you and say, let me see your cell phone, and start going through it and seeing who you talk to and what you do. That's without a warrant. Really? Okay. Fulton, New York. Retired engineer Tom Trinesky built a website that digitalized 22 million historic newspaper pages from microfilm, beating out the Library of Congress that has managed to log only 5 million pages at a cost of taxpayers of $22 million. Trinesky provided his services for free, and it gets 6 million views per month, double the number of views for the Library of Congress website. The obvious lesson here is that almost everyone may be done by private citizens cheaper, better than by government bureaucrats. Reason, May 14th. And it can't. You don't have to go through government for anything. That District of Criminals over there in Washington, which is D.C., District of Criminals, is only a money-making business like Wall Street. That's all they are. They want to take money from your pocket and put it in theirs. That's it. That's all it's about. If the sooner you wake up to this reality, the sooner you will be able to get away from it by not submitting to their directives. We got to restart the government. Hit the restart button now, please. Okay. U.S. New documents show that the IRS targeting of conservative and Tea Party group was directed from its Washington headquarters through IRS officials blamed it on a rogue office in Cincinnati. Truth Revolt, May 14th. See? That's another bureaucracy that needs to be shut down. The IRS is a private firm. It's not even federal. If they tell you that, they're lying to you. It's a private corporation adopted by our government since 1913. And it's not real. Okay, let's go. Last year, U.S. immigration officials released over 36,000 illegal aliens with serious criminal convictions. They were not deported but put back into the American neighborhoods. These criminals committed 193 murders, 1,076 aggravated assaults, 426 sexual assaults, 303 kidnappings, and over 16,000 cases of impaired driving due to alcohol or drugs. This was not a blunder. It is the federal policy. Judicial Watch, May 13th. Do you see what's going on here? We are being taken over by money junkies and their associates of corporations. Oh, it should make you mad.
There we go. There we go.
There you go. You're kind of buzzing, but you're there.
Wait a minute. How's that?
You still got a little buzz going on there. It's like your connection needs. You need to twist your microphone plug in a little bit to see if it goes
Yeah.
away. Yeah,
How's that?
you got a little buzz there. I'm just doing the headline news for this week, and
Yeah.
it's just mind-boggling.
Okay. I got a Skype call going on here on the other computer here.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute myself for a minute. All right.
Oh, okay, I'll just go
All
ahead
right.
and keep reading these headlines that you may have missed. Okay. Video. Venezuela. Price controls have resulted in severe food shortages, mob raids on bakeries, a thriving black market, and smuggling of government-subsidized items to the neighboring Colombia where they can be sold at substantial profit. Now, that price controls have failed to improve the economy. The government is calling on people to reduce consumption. These all are the predictable consequences of collectivism. Again, that word, collectivism, money junkies, people who want to take money from you, who are the lesser percent, and put it in their own pockets. CNN, May 13th. Okay, next, Israel. Former Prime Minister Ehud Olmert was sentenced to 6-year prison term after being convicted for taking a $145,000 bribe from developers of an apartment complex when he was mayor of Jerusalem. BBC, May 13th. Even Israel is being caught up in all this money junkiness, aren't they? Video. New NSA documents show that the agency wants to collect it all. It has partnered with big tech giants like Oracle, IBM, and Verizon. An undisclosed partner now causes internet traffic to flow through NSA monitors, enabling the agency to collect 6 billion phone call data records per month. The NSA shares its data with dozens of countries, including Israel, all spying on each other's citizens. Don't you know? Russia Today, May 13th. Oh yeah, it's a big junta. It's Hunter Biden, son of U.S. Vice President Joe Biden, now is on the board of directors of Burisma, Ukraine's largest oil company. Huh, talk about, you know, talking about having family members working in the family and giving they're like royalties. I mean, this is Joe Biden visited the country a few weeks ago announcing an aid package focused on energy, and then somehow this position just fell into his son's lap. It just fell into his son's lap. That's perky people might call that conflict of interest. Communities Digital News, May 13th. Or is that nepotism? Anyways. Video. A German newspaper reports that Blackwater, an American paramilitary company that renamed itself Academedia to escape its tarnished reputation, has entered Ukraine with a force of 400 mercenaries. The same thing in Afghanistan and others, and Syria especially. They're mercenaries. Get that word down. They're not rebels. They're mercenaries. In other words, they're paid to go in there and do war on our country. And when they're getting their ass kicked, excuse the French, they back out because a dead mercenary can't spend his paycheck. Plain and simple. This follows a report from another German newspaper last week that CIA agents are also in Ukraine attempting to stifle pro-Russian separatists. RPI, May 12th. See how that works? How that literally works? Video. Harris County, Texas responds to a noise complaint. Police officers broke into a birthday party, tased a grandmother 4 times, beat party guests, and pepper sprayed children. This is in Texas, Harris County. Unbelievable. Police brutality is on the increase in the U.S. as a militaristic attitude increasingly pervades law enforcement across the country. Police no longer see themselves as protectors, but as enforcers. Free thought, May 11th. And that goes along with the police being militarized because the veterans are coming back knowing what evil they have been doing over there in other countries and saying this government's wrong and we need to do something about it. And so they're demonizing the veterans and militarizing the police force against the veterans coming back, period. If you don't understand that, just Google whatever about veterans being demonized as terrorists, or veterans are terrorists, something of that nature. And you'll see the articles. There's thousands of them out there by major alternatives and major mainstream out there. Okay. Ukrainian soldier opened fire on pro-Russian separatists in eastern cities, killing 20 people during the elections for independence from the Ukraine. Ron Paul condemns U.S. support, saying American leaders are risking a nuclear war with Russia that has nothing to do with U.S. security. Exactly. RPI May 12. Ron Paul is still out there fighting the fight. Though he's no longer in office and he's no longer out there, he's fighting the fight, and he should continue. Go Ron Paul. Video. Spain. The government has reneged on its promise, or reneged, actually that's what that is. I haven't seen that word in a while. The government has reneged on its promise to pay subsidies to investors who built solar energy plants. It highlights the underlying reality that solar energy is not significantly efficient to pay its own way. It must be subsidized by the taxpayers, of course. AFP, May 12. It's like Obamacare. All these insurance companies that were going to make $200 billion a year from you getting their insurance and the government getting a kickback off of it are going to get subsidies. Don't you know? It's all coming down. Oh, what a scam we live in. The webs they weave. Video. Former Treasury Secretary Timothy Geithner published a book that tells how the Obama administration asked him to lie about the deficit. They wanted him to say that Social Security did not add to the deficit when in fact the program is one of the biggest components of the deficit spending. Don't you know? Fox News, May 12. And it is. When Clinton took the money out of Social Security back in his day to balance the budget, he put U.S. bonds in there. U.S. bonds. These bonds are now inflated, just like the housing inflation and everything that happened in 2008. We now have a bond inflation. Nobody's buying these bonds because they printed so many of them that it's inflated. And Social Security is in the hole. Don't you know yet? Haven't been doing your homework, if you don't. Otero County, New Mexico. County commissioners are supporting ranchers who object to fence building or fence built by the U.S. Forest Service around a creek that is preventing their cattle from drinking there. The ranchers own the water rights, but the Forest Service claims they control the water because under the Endangered Species, put the quotes up there, Act, they are protecting an endangered jumping mouse. Oh, a mouse is more important than these big 1,000-pound cattle apiece. Oh, poor mice. What's the sense of cats out there and take care of the problem, huh? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Jumping mice are more important than cattle. There is a growing trend of citizens standing up against federal agencies to control public land. Last week, activists rode ATVs, all-terrain vehicles, across a trail in Utah that was shut down by federal government. See, you're not allowed to be on the government's property, which is BLM, which is our property. The government is only allowed to own property under military bases and federal buildings, not the BLM. If you do not understand this, you're not paying attention to the laws that are out there. In other words, they're violating the law of the people. And the people are more important. Okay, across the trail in Utah that was shut down by the federal government, Utah passed a law in 2012 demanding the return of control to all federal lands by 2015. Perhaps the slumbering giant is awaking, which is us, the people. Washington Times, May 11. We are waking up. We are waking up to this fallacy that's going on by the government. The government thinks they own everything because they're so much in debt and owe so much money. They owe the money, not us, not the American people. We do not own anything. Were we asked to give that money out and make this happen? No. They thought since we elected them that we gave them free right to do this. No, we did not give them free right. Everything that they acquire for money should have come to us, the American people, and we should have been the ones to make the decision, not them. They're acting as rulers, not servants, as they are required to be under the Constitution. Anything they do of great nature, like giving land away or selling it, as Reed has done in Nevada, to foreign interest, which is China, should have come to the people there to begin with and to the American people in general. But no. These guys think that they're kings and queens and princes prancing around in robes and crowns, and we should grovel at their feet since we put them in there. No, that is not how the Constitution works in America. Sorry. Man. Unfrickin' believable. Western media is presenting what it calls irrefutable proof of vote rigging in Ukraine after masked men said to be pro-Russian rebels were caught with boxes of pre-marked ballots. Critics, however, suspect that the capture was staged to provide an excuse for Western powers to contest the referendum. Zero Hedge, May 10th. Okay, now let's get to Massachusetts. I mean, this is worldwide. Voter fraud is worldwide. Okay, Massachusetts, Harvard University performed a study on B company collapse disorder, or CCD, and determined that pesticides are responsible for the recent bee die-off. This study disproves the theory that parasitic mites are to blame for the CCD. UPI, May 10th, and it's true. It's pesticides. It's Monsanto doing all this. If you don't realize Monsanto is an evil entity that won't even allow you to know that they put their GMO in food products that you're eating that have pesticide-saturated grains in it, you get what you get. Sterilization and mutation. You get it. Cancer and everything else. Oh, well. You're not paying attention. Okay, now for the analysis for this week. Warren Buffett gave 1.2 billion. Yes, that's billion from 2001 to 2012 to pro-abortion groups, but there has been virtually no mention of it in the mass media because the mass media is paid for and bought. You're listening to the 1984 Orwellian tube. They're paid off to tell you whatever the governments and these corporations and everything else wants you to hear and buy and take and do. You gotta see the movie. You just gotta see this movie. It's a movie in the 1970s, and it's called Network. Just gotta see it. It was a dark humor movie at the time. It was supposedly not to be believed, but yet it is true. Totally true today. I mean, this analysis argues that the media is deliberately presenting the image of the lovable, grandfatherly Buffett it wants America to see, propping him up as a model of the liberal businessman while hiding his support for a cause that half of Americans stand against. Truth Revolt, May 13th. Abortions. I mean, he gave 1.2 billion. Buffett is an evil person. He's an antichrist. Don't you know? Antichrist is anyone that it's against the philosophies of the New Testament is an antichrist. If you're against the philosophies of the New Testament, you're antichrist. Just start thinking that way and you start understanding. It's not the person. It has nothing to do with the man who may have been, who was, or whatever. It's the philosophies in the New Testament. And they're humanistic prophecies. They're like rights of a human being. And these people go out there and say that you can cut babies out when they're nine months in pregnancy. You can even kill them when they're 3 months born or more, 3 years. I've heard that, saying that they can kill a child now if it's 3 years old. Just put it out of its misery. Is that Christ-like, philosophy-wise? No. The philosophy is cool. You atheists out there have to start thinking about the person and think about the philosophies. These are wholesome philosophies. These are human philosophies of life. Just stop. May is the anniversary of the Mexican-American War that lasted 2 years, led to the American Civil War over trade and slavery, and it resulted in 10 new states joining the Union. Here's the history in a nutshell. National Constitution Center, May 13th. And I'll give you this website on the side in the comments just so you can, let me copy it now so I can get to the end of this. I can go to it. Okay. For video, former Reagan advisor Paul Craig Roberts explains that the U.S. government is trying to start a new Cold War with Russia because politicians benefit from the sustained conflict. One benefit is that conflict justifies generous tax funding to the military-industrial complex that sends a big portion of it back to Washington in the form of campaign donations. Don't you know? We are giving taxes to them. I mean, this is horrible. They're trying to start a new Cold War so they can get money from the industrial military complex. This includes all types of corporations in the military, military contracts. And they give buku bucks to your congressman, to your senator, to start something up, like war with Russia, war with China, war with anyone outside, just to get a war going so they can justify this money that they're spending on the government and the government gives it back tenfold to them for projects and things of that nature. Russia Today, May 12th. And that's it for this week for the Unfiltered News. The Unfiltered News is www.realityzone.com/current period one word .html, and you'll be able to go there and click on these articles of interest and find out for yourself what's going on. And I'm done with this for now. And I'm back on here. And nobody else joined in since the Galaxy has. And that's it. We're live. We're on the air. And I have nothing more to say at this time. And I'm going to go to, I'm going to paste the Reality Zone link. And there it is. And you can go there and read these articles for this week, this last week, of news you may have missed. I really have nothing more to say at this time. I may take a break. I may put something on. I can't really put anything on because I'm live, and Google is very strict about copyright and stuff. If I do put something on, it's going to have to be something that the purpose they have no reason or fear of. I'm not making any money off of anything I do post. It's just posting it, and I don't know. I'm having a brain fart of what to put when I do put something on. Well, let's see. I need to go to not effects, not gallery. Where is that? It's supposed to be on here. I'm supposed to be able to. Gallery has nothing. Video has nothing. Select favorites. Oh, I know. I have to click on that down arrow. Okay, I got media files, but I'm going to only play something that I know going to have copyrights on it. And I don't know what I'm going to play. God, everything I got's got probably copyrights on it. I'm just going to find something from AJ or something from, let's see. Go through my system here real fast. Okay, why did I have a... Oof. Now I know I can play the Bankster Wars, but I don't know where I got that at. Let me look through here. I can probably do Dr. Deagle. He probably doesn't have any copyrights on anything that he says. I know I can do Star Wars Cops. That has nothing copyrighted in that. That's actually fan movies. Man. I like to play Bankster Wars. But I'm going to have to go download it, I guess. I don't think I got it on my normal drive. It wasn't shown. All Wars of Banker Wars. That's an excellent Mike Rivero video. And for some reason, I don't think I have that downloaded. See, I had a crash on my hard drive after 3 years, and I just don't have that, and I have to go off live to play anything else. I could probably do Sunday night show on YouTube and just play that back over again. There's some interesting things there. Very interesting. Well, back to here. I don't have anything put on there. No, I had to do it on the other one. I'll just close this off. This is closed. Okay. And I'm live right now. Oh yeah, I need to post that on here. Maybe that's what the problem is. I haven't posted my Hangout on my main page. Let me go back to my main page. Say something. Okay, I gotta say something. It won't let you print anything now unless you say something. I'll just say tonight. THC tonight. Colon. Space. And then it allows you to paste. Isn't that something? Always funny. Okay, I shared. Okay, I should be able to get on there. Let me see what's happening in my, it's Saturday Live. Yes, it is. Shiba Kuma. I believe it's how that's spelled. Vogue 43. Yes, they did. Everyone took an oath to the Constitution that was ever in the military. I did 3 times. Oh. Let me open up another window. Let me go to YouTube. I'm going to download All Wars of Banker Wars. I don't think I can download it here, but I can at least put in there, get the link to it. Or Banker Wars. Wow. Full version, 44 minutes. I didn't know he made that long. Wow. That was good. See if this is going over the air. Okay. I gotta wait until the music goes away on this video so it doesn't copyright infringe.
And this is actually an article that I wrote over the weekend called Bankers Wars. And I went in, I did a lot of research. It's posted to the front page of whatreallyhappened.com. I understand it's gone viral. It's being posted around the web. But I wanted to basically tell it to you, and it's a very long story. We're probably going to take the rest of the hour to do it. But it's something that you need to understand, that all of these wars and assassinations that we're told are not assassins, or weapons of mass destruction, or bringing democracy, all of them track back to the private central bankers as the initiating. And the more you do this, the more you will realize all the wars are wars for bankers, for the private central bankers. And I know a lot of people are going to have difficulty comprehending this, just how many of these wars we have fought as a nation were fought for no other purpose than to force private central banks into nations did not want them. So we're going to have a few examples so you understand why at this particular time in history the United States government is mired in so many wars against so many foreign nations. And there's plenty of precedent for this. Now, going back to the beginning, the United States fought the American Revolution primarily over King George III's Currency Act, which forced the colonists to abandon their own government-issued currencies and conduct business only using printed banknotes borrowed at interest from the Bank of England. If you go back to the writings of Ben Franklin, direct quote, the refusal of King George III to allow the colonies to operate an honest system which freed the ordinary man from the clutches of the money manipulators was probably the prime cause of the revolution. Now, our public schools don't teach that because you're not supposed to know that the bankers were really behind the American Revolution. After the Revolution, the United States adopted a revolutionary, radically different economic system in which the government issued its own value-based currency so that private banks couldn't skim the wealth of the people through interest-bearing banknotes. So the American Revolution was fought primarily to free the American people from King George III's Currency Act, which ordered them to conduct all business using printed banknotes borrowed at interest from the Bank of England. The Bank of England was, raking in debt from the labor of the American people in exchange for ink and paper. And that fueled the anger that led to the American Revolution. Your public schools don't spend a lot of time on that, but that was really what it was all about. So the revolution was over, the United States was born, but the private bankers are nothing if not dedicated to their schemes to acquire other people's wealth, and they knew full well how easy it is to corrupt a nation's leader. Now, just 1 year after Mayor Amschel Rothschild uttered his infamous, "Let me issue and the nation's money, and I care not who makes the laws," private bankers succeeded in setting up a new private central bank called the First Bank of the United States, largely through the efforts of the Rothschild's chief supporter in the United States, Alexander Hamilton. Now, this First Bank of the United States was founded in 1791, and by the end of its 20-year charter, the First Bank of the United States had almost ruined the nation's economy while enriching the bank's owners. As a result, Congress refused to renew the charter and signaled their intention to go back to a state-issued, value-based currency on which the people paid no interest at all to any banker. This resulted in a threat from Nathan Mayer Rothschild against the U.S. government. Quote, "Either the application for renewal of the charter is granted, or the United States will find itself involved in a most disastrous war." End quote. Congress still refused to renew the charter for the First Bank of the United States, whereupon Nathan Mayer Rothschild railed, quote, "Teach those impudent Americans a lesson, bring them back to colonial status," end quote. Financed by the Rothschild-controlled Bank of England, Britain then launched the War of 1812 to recolonize the United States and force them back into slavery of the Bank of England's banknotes, or to plunge the United States into so much debt they would be forced to accept a new private central bank. And the plan worked. Even though the United States won the War of 1812, Congress was forced to grant a new charter for yet another private bank, issuing the public currency as loans and interest, the Second Bank of the United States. Once again, private bankers were in control of the nation's money supply and cared not who made the laws or how many British or American soldiers had to die for it. So once again, the nation was plunged into debt, unemployment, poverty by the predictions of the private central bank. In 1832, Andrew Jackson successfully campaigned for his second term as president under the slogan, "Jackson and no bank." True to his word, Jackson succeeded in blocking the renewal of the charter for the Second Bank of the United States of America. And this was where that famous quote came from Andrew Jackson. Quote, "Gentlemen, I too have been a close observer of the doings of the Bank of the United States. I've had men watching you for a long time, and I'm convinced that you've used the funds of the banks to speculate in the stuffs of the country. When you won, you divided the profits amongst you, and when you lost, you charged it to the bank. You tell me that if I take the deposits from the bank and annul the charter, I shall ruin 10,000 families. That may be true, gentlemen, that is your sin. Should I let you go on, you will ruin 50,000 families, and that would be my sin. You are a den of vipers and thieves. I've determined to rout you out, and by the God, I will rout you out. End quote. Andrew Jackson. Shortly after the charter for the Second Bank of the United States expired, there was an assassination attempt on Andrew Jackson, and it failed when both pistols used by the assassin, Richard Lawrence, failed to fire. Later on, Lawrence explained the motive for the assassination by, with President Jackson dead, money would be more plenty. So it was an assassination motivated by the interests of the bankers. Now, our public school system is as subservient to the bankers' wishes to keep certain history from you, just as the corporate media is subservient to Monsanto's wishes to keep the dangers of GMOs from you, and global warming cult's wishes to conceal from you the fact that Earth has actually been cooling 16 years. So it should probably be no surprise that the financial dimension of the Civil War are not well known to the average American. It's portrayed in our history books and our popular media as an internal dispute over slavery, but in fact it was a war with global implications. When the Confederacy seceded from the United States, the bankers once again saw the opportunity for a rich harvest of debt and offered to fund Lincoln's efforts to bring the South back into the Union at 30% interest. Lincoln remarked that he would not free the black man by enslaving the white man to the bankers, and using his authority as president, a new government currency, the greenback. This was a direct threat to the wealth power of the central bankers, who quickly responded. This is a quote from the London Times following Lincoln's issuance of the greenbacks. Quote, if this mischievous financial policy, which has its origin in North America, shall become indurated down to a fixture, then that government will furnish its own money without cost. It will pay off debts and be without debt. It will have all the money necessary to carry on its commerce. It will become prosperous without precedent in the history of the world. The brains and wealth of all countries will go to North America. That country must be destroyed, or it will destroy every monarchy on the globe. So, goaded by the private bankers, much of Europe supported the Confederacy against the Union, with the expectation that victory over Lincoln would mean the end of the greenback. France and Britain seriously considered an outright invasion on the United States in support of the Confederacy, but they were held by Russia. A little bit of history most Americans don't understand. Russia came to the aid of Lincoln's Union during this crisis. Now, at that time, Russia had just ended their system, and they had a central bank similar to the system the United States had been founded on. Now, free of European intervention, the Union won the war, and Lincoln announced his intention to go on issuing greenbacks. Following Lincoln's assassination, the greenbacks were pulled from circulation, and the American people forced to go back to the economy based on banknotes borrowed at interest from the private bankers. So finally, in 1913, the private central bankers of Europe, and particularly the Rothschilds of Great Britain, the Warburgs of Germany, met with their American financial collaborators on Jekyll Island, Georgia, to form a new banking cartel with the express purpose of forming the Third Bank of the United States, with the aim of placing complete control of the United States money supply once again under the control of private banks. Owing to hostility over the previous Bank of the United States, the name of the Third Bank was changed to the Federal Reserve in order to grant the new bank a quasi-governmental image. But it is a privately owned bank. It's more federal than Federal Express. In fact, last year, the Federal Reserve successfully rebuffed a Freedom of Information lawsuit by Bloomberg News on the grounds that as a private banking corporation and not actually a part of the U.S. government, the Freedom of Information Act did not apply to the operation of the Federal Reserve. So 1913 proved to be a transformative year for the nation's economy. First, with Congress' passage of the 16th Income Tax Amendment, and the false claim had been ratified. Here's another direct quote. I think if you were to go back and try and find and review the ratification for the 16th Amendment, which was the internal revenue, the income tax, I think if you went back and examined that carefully, you would find that a sufficient number of states never ratified that amendment, end quote. That's U.S. District Court Judge James C. Fox in Sullivan versus United States, 2003. Later that same year, 1913, an apparently unwilling to risk another questionable amendment. Congress passed the Federal Reserve Act the Christmas holiday in 1913, while members of Congress opposed to the measure were at home. This was a very open-ended deal, as the Constitution explicitly vests Congress with the authority to issue the public currency, does not authorize its delegation, and thus would have required a new amendment to transfer that authority to a private bank. But pass it, Congress did, and President Woodrow Wilson signed it as he promised the bankers he would in exchange for generous campaign contributions. Now, President Wilson later regretted that decision. You've probably heard this quote before, but you're going to hear it again. Quote, "I am a most unhappy man. I have unwittingly ruined my country. A great industrial nation is now controlled by its system of credit. We are no longer a government by free opinion, no longer a government by conviction and the vote of the majority, but a government by the opinion and arrest of a small group of dominant men." That was Woodrow Wilson writing in 1919. Now, 1 year after the passage of the Federal Reserve Act, World War I started. It's important to remember that prior to the creation of the Federal Reserve, there was no such thing as a world war. Now, World War I actually started between Austria, Hungary, and Serbia. Quickly shifted to focus on Germany. Why? They didn't start the war. Why was Germany the villain in World War I? Well, the real reason was their industrial capacity was seen as an economic threat to Great Britain. Great Britain's pound was already in decline at the time because too much economic emphasis was on banking and finance, and not enough was on agricultural development, industrial development, and infrastructure. It's very much like the situation we have in the United States right now. All the financial operatives, they want to play the Wall Street games, and other parts of the economy are being neglected. We've lost a great deal of our manufacturing. We're not the agricultural exporter we used to be because everybody's over there at Wall Street playing in the giant open-air casino. Now, pre-war Germany did have a private central bank, but it was under strict control by the German government to keep inflation at reasonable levels, to make sure that all of the German economy was being properly funded, just like Putin with their central bank. Under government control, but the German government investment was guaranteed to internal economic development, and as a result, Germany had become a major manufacturing technological power, exporting that Great Britain could not compete with. So in the media of the day, Germany was portrayed as the main opponent of World War I, and not just defeated, it was flattened. Now, following the Treaty of Versailles, Germany was ordered to pay the war costs of all the participating nations, even though Germany had started that war. This amounted to 3 times the value of all of Germany itself. Germany's private central bank, to which the German government had gone deeply into debt to pay the cost of the wars, was allowed to break free of government control. That led to the massive inflation of the Weimar Republic, followed permanently trapping the German people in endless debt. And money speculators were running rampant, and it led to these situations where you had literally a whole basket full of paper notes to get a loaf of bread. Now, when the Weimar Republic collapsed economically, it opened the door for the National Socialists to take power. Their first financial move was to issue their own state currency, which was not borrowed from private central banks. It was based on a unit of value, not a unit of debt. Freed from having to pay interest on the money in circulation, Germany blossomed and quickly began to rebuild its industry. It was an amazing transformation to see. The media called it the German miracle. Time magazine lionized Hitler for the amazing improvement of life for the German people, the explosion of German industry. They even named him Time magazine's Man of the Year in 1938. And then once again, Germany's prosperity and freedom from a private central bank loaning the public currency at interest became a threat to other nations and powers. I have a couple of quotes here from Winston Churchill that tells you what was really going through the minds of Europe in the years leading to World War II. Quote, "Should Germany merchandise again," which means business, "should Germany merchandise again in the next 50 years, we led the war, World War I, in vain." That was Winston Churchill writing in the Times in 1919. Another quote, "We will force this war upon Hitler if he wants it or not," end quote. Winston Churchill in 1936 broadcast. Quote, "Germany becomes too powerful. We have to crush it," end quote. Winston Churchill in November 1936, speaking to U.S. General Robert Wood. Quote, "This war is an English war. and its goal is the destruction of Germany. Winston Churchill, autumn 1939 broadcast. It was all about economics and profitability. Now, Germany's state-issued value-based currency was also a direct threat to the wealth and power of the private central banks around the world. And as early as 1933, they started to organize a global boycott against Germany to strangle this upstart ruler who thought he could run his nation without a private central bank. Now, as had been the case in World War I, Great Britain and other nations threatened by Germany's economic power looked for an excuse to go to war. And as public anger in Germany grew over the boycott, Hitler foolishly gave them that excuse. Years later, in a spirit of candor, the real reasons for the war were made clear. Quote, the war wasn't only about abolishing fascism, but to conquer sales markets. We could have, if we had intended so, prevented this war from breaking out without doing one shot, but we didn't want to. End quote. Winston Churchill to Harry Truman, March 1946. One more quote here. Quote, Germany's unforgivable crime before World War II was its attempt to loosen its economy out of the world trade system and to build up an independent exchange system from which the world finance didn't profit anymore. We butchered the wrong pig. Quote. Winston Churchill writing in his book, The Second World War. Now, a little side note, we're going to actually step back in time to the years before World War II. A little history a lot of Americans are still completely unaware of. It involves a gentleman by the name of Marine Corps Major General Smedley Butler. In 1933, Wall Street bankers and financiers had bankrolled the successful rise to power of Hitler and Mussolini, Brown Brothers Harriman in New York, and they're still there. I saw them when I was there for the 9/11 anniversary. They were financing Hitler right up to the day war was declared with Germany. And these Wall Street financiers decided that a fascist dictatorship in the United States, based on the one Mussolini had in Italy, was going to be far better for their business interests than Roosevelt's New Deal, which threatened massive wealth redistribution to recapitalize the working middle classes of America. So the Wall Street tycoon recruited General Butler to lead the overthrow of the U.S. government and install a Secretary of General Affairs who would be answerable to Wall Street and not the people, would crush social unrest and shut down all the labor unions. General Butler pretended to go along with the scheme, but then exposed the plot to Congress. So they recruited Marine Corps Major General Smedley Butler to lead this coup d'etat because Butler was very popular with the soldiers, and his image as part of this move would help convince the military this was the right thing to do. Now, to his credit, Major General Smedley Butler, remembering his oath to the Constitution, pretended to go along with the scheme, but then exposed the plot to the United States Congress. Congress, then as now in the pocket of Wall Street bankers, refused to act. When Roosevelt learned of the planned coup, he demanded the arrest of the plotters, but the plotters simply reminded Roosevelt that if any one of them were sent to prison, their friends on Wall Street would deliberately collapse the still fragile U.S. economy and blame Roosevelt for it. So Roosevelt was unable to do anything about this attempted coup d'etat until the start of World War II, at which time he prosecuted many plotters under the Trading with the Enemy Act. Now, most of it was glossed over. It was just a rumor, unfounded. It's wacko conspiracy theory. But in 1967, the congressional minutes of Smedley Butler's revelation to Congress of the coup were finally released to the public. You ever see this movie, 7 Days in May, Kirk Douglas and Burt Lancaster, about an attempted military takeover of the United States of America? It was based loosely on this story. But, of course, in the movie, the bankers being behind the Burt Lancaster character was completely removed from the script here. Smedley Butler is also famous for writing a work called War is a Racket. And I would like to read you a quote from that. Quote, I spent 33 years and 4 months in active military service as a member of our country's most agile military force, the Marine Corps. I served in all commissioned ranks from second lieutenant to major general. And during that period, I spent more of my time being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street, and for the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. I suspected I was just part of the racket at the time. Now I'm sure of it. Like all members of the military profession, I never had an original thought until after I left the service. My mental faculties remained in suspended animation while I obeyed the orders of the higher-ups. This is typical with everyone in the military service. Thus, I helped make Mexico and especially Tampico safe for American oil interests in 1914. I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for the National City Bank boys to collect revenues in. I helped in the raping of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. The record of racketeering is long. I helped purify Nicaragua, the International Banking House of Brown Brothers, in 1909 through 1912. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests in 1916. In China in 1927, I helped see to it that the Standard Oil went away unmolested. During those years, I had, as the boys in the back would say, a swell racket. I was rewarded with honors, medals, and promotion. Looking back on it, I feel I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do was operate his racket in 3 city districts. I operated on 3 continents. General Smedley Butler, former U.S. Marine Corps Commandant, and he wrote that in 1935. So, now moving forward here. As president, John Fitzgerald Kennedy understood the predatory nature of private central banking. He understood why Andrew Jackson fought so hard to end the Second Bank of the United States. So Kennedy wrote and signed Executive Order 11110, which ordered the U.S. Treasury to issue a new public currency called the United States Note. Now, Kennedy's United States notes were not borrowed from the Federal Reserve. They were created by the U.S. government and backed by silver stockpiles held by the U.S. government. It represented a return to the system of economics the United States had been founded on, and it was perfectly legal for Kennedy to do so under the Constitution. All told, some $4.5 billion went into the public circulation, which eroded interest payments to the Federal Reserve and loosened the control over the nation. 5 months after signing Executive Order 11110, John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas, and the United States notes pulled from circulation and destroyed. Following Kennedy's assassination, John J. McCloy, president of the Chase Manhattan Bank and president of the World Bank, was named to the Warren Commission. Now, I don't care how good a banker he is, he's not qualified to be investigating a murder, which is what we were told the Warren Commission was all about, to get the truth of the assassination. But we all know that the Warren Commission was there to cover up what was going on, and obviously we can presume safely that John McCloy's presence on the Warren Commission was to make sure the American public never got even a hint of the financial dimensions behind the assassination. So, as we enter the 11th year of what I am certain future history will most certainly describe as World War III, we need to examine the financial dimensions behind all these wars. Why are we here? Why are our children being killed and crippled? Is this another war for the profit of the private central bankers? And the answer is yes. Now, toward the end of World War II, when it became obvious that the Allies were going to win and dictate the post-war political environment, the major world economic powers met at Bretton Woods, a luxury resort in New Hampshire, in July of 1944, and they hammered out the Bretton Woods Agreement for International Finance. The British pound lost its position as the global trade and reserve currency to the U.S. dollar. There are indications this was part of the price demanded by Roosevelt in exchange for the U.S. entry into the war. Now, absent the economic advantage being the world's go-to currency, was forced to nationalize their Bank of England in 1946. The Bretton Woods Agreement, ratified in 1945, in addition to making the dollar the global reserve and trade currency, obligated the signatory nations to tie their currencies to the dollar. The nations that ratified Bretton Woods did so on 2 conditions. The first was that the Federal Reserve would refrain from overprinting the dollar, basically as a means to loot real products and produce from other nations in exchange for ink and paper. It basically was an imperial tax imposed by the U.S. economic system on the rest of the world. That assurance of no overprinting was supposedly backed up by the second requirement, which was that the U.S. dollar would always be convertible back to gold by the U.S. government at $35 an ounce. Now, of course, the Federal Reserve, being a private bank and not answerable to the U.S. government, did in fact start offering paper dollars, which were sent to other nations around the world, and under Bretton Woods, they had to send back products and produce and raw materials at full value. And much of the perceived American prosperity of the 1950s and 60s was the result of these foreign nations having to send real raw materials, goods, produce, back to the United States in exchange for these little pieces of paper with ink all over them, because they were forced to accept these paper notes as being worth $35 per ounce of gold. Then in 1970, France started looking at this huge pile of paper notes sitting in their bank vaults, for which real French products like wine and cheese traded, and it notified the United States government that they would exercise their option under Bretton Woods to return all those paper notes to gold at the agreed upon $35 per ounce exchange rate. problem was the United States had nowhere near gold to redeem all those paper notes. So on August 15th, 1971, Richard Nixon temporarily, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more, suspended gold convertibility of the U.S. Federal Reserve notes. This Nixon shock, as it was termed at the time, effectively ended Bretton Woods, and many global currencies started to delit from the U.S. dollar. And it created another problem because the United States had been collateralizing their loans, money borrowed from other governments and different investors, with the American nation's gold reserve. And with the awareness that there wasn't enough gold to redeem all the Federal Reserve notes, lenders to the U.S. were starting to wonder, did the U.S. government have enough gold to collateralize their outstanding debts? Foreign nations began to get very nervous about the loans to the United States, and they were understandably reluctant to loan any additional money without some form of collateral. So what Richard Nixon did is he founded the environmental movement, the DEA, and its programs like wilderness areas and heritage rivers, wetlands, and all these other little different programs, which all took vast areas of public lands and made them off limits to the American people, who are technically the owner of all those lands. But Nixon had no concern for the environment, and the real purpose of this land, under the guise of the environment, was to pledge those pristine lands and their vast resources as collateral on the outstanding national debt. The multitude of these different programs to conceal the scale of the land grab and collateralization of the Americans' heritage. And it actually today covers almost 25% of the entire nation, is now locked up by these EP programs and pledged as collateral on borrowing. Now, with open lands, available lands for collateralization already in short supply, the U.S. government embarked on a new program to shore up lagging international demand for the United States approached the world's oil-producing nations, mostly in the Middle East, and offered them a deal. In exchange for only selling their oil for dollars, the United States would guarantee the military safety of those oil-rich nations. The oil-rich nations would agree to spend and invest their U.S. dollars inside the United States, particularly in U.S. Treasury bonds, which would be redeemable for future generations of U.S. taxpayers. The concept was the dollar. In effect, the United States, no longer able to back the dollar with gold, was now backing it with oil, other people's. And that necessity to keep control over those oil nations to prop up the dollar has dominated America's foreign policy in the region ever since. But as America's manufacturing and agriculture has gone, the oil-producing nations faced a dilemma. Like they've got piles and piles of these paper notes, treasury bonds piling up in their vaults, and there really wasn't all that much except real estate they wanted to buy from the United States of America. Europe's cars and aircraft were superior, costly. In more recent times, America's GMO food crops has led nations to simply avoid buying U.S. agricultural. Israel's constant belligerence has caused the oil-producing nations to wonder if the U.S. could actually keep their end of the petrodollar arrangement. So oil-producing nations started to talk of selling their oil for whatever currency the purchasers wanted to pay. Iraq, already somewhat hostile to the United States following Desert Storm, demanded the right to sell their oil for euros in 2000. In 2002, the United Nations agreed had a right to sell their oil for euros under the Oil Food Program. 1 year later, 2003, the United States invaded Iraq, lynched Saddam Hussein, and placed Iraq's oil back on the world market, only available for U.S. dollars. Now, the clear U.S. policy following 9/11, away from at least attempting to be an impartial broker of peace in the Mideast to one of unquestioned support for Israel's aggressions, only further eroded confidence in the petrodollar deal, and even more oil-producing nations started openly talking of trading their oil for other global currencies. So over in Libya, Muammar Gaddafi had instituted a state central bank, a based trade currency, the gold dinar. Gaddafi then announced that Libya's oil was for sale, but only for the gold dinar. Other African nations, seeing the rise of the gold dinar and the euro, as the U.S. dollar continued its inflation-driven decline, new Libyan currency. This move had the potential to seriously undermine the global hegemony of the dollar. French President Nicolas Sarkozy reported so far as to call Libya a threat to the financial security of the world. So the United States invaded Libya under the guise of supporting a rebellion. They brutally murdered Gaddafi, apparently because the object lesson of Saddam's lynching had not been enough of a message. They imposed a private central bank and returned Libya's oil output to dollars only. The gold that was made into the gold dinars, as of the last I could find, unaccounted for. Now, according to General Starr, the master plan for the dollarification of the world's oil nations included 7 targets: Syria, Lebanon, Somalia, Sudan, and Iran. Venezuela, which has started selling their oil to China for the yuan, seems to be a late addition. What is notable about those original 7 nations targeted by the U.S. is that none of them are members of the Bank of International Settlements. This is the private central banker's private central bank located in Switzerland. That meant that those 7 targeted nations were deciding for themselves how to run their nation's economies rather than submitting to the international private central bankers. Now, of course, the bankers' gun sights are on Iran, which dares to have a government central bank and sell their oil for whatever currency they choose. The war agenda for Iran is, as always, to force Iran's oil to be sold for dollars and to force them to accept a privately owned central bank. Now, you have been raised by a public school system and a media that constantly assures you that the reasons for all these wars and assassinations are many and varied. We're bringing democracy to the conquered lands. We hear that a lot. When actually the U.S. hasn't. The usual result of the U.S. overthrow is the imposition of a pro-business, pro-Wall Street, pro-U.S. dictatorship. Good example, the 1953 CIA overthrow of Iran's democratically elected government of Mohammad Mossadegh and the imposition of the Shah. Or the 1973 CIA overthrow of Chile's elected government of President Salvador Allende and the imposition of the dictator Augusto Pinochet. Another one of the excuses we'll get. We have to save the people from a oppressor. That's the one they're using in Syria right now. Then, that was a big war going into Iraq, and then later on, President Bush was caught on video saying, no, Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. And behind all of them, that tired, worn-out, catch-all excuse for invasion, weapons of mass destruction. Assassinations are always passed off as crazed, low nuts to obscure the real agenda. And the real agenda of the bankers is very simple. Is enslavement of people, creation, false sense of obligation. Now, that obligation is false because the private central banking system, by design, creates more debt than money with which to pay the debt. There is no way out the way it's set up. It's impossible to escape as long as you're playing by their rules. And you need to understand central banking is not science. It is a religion. It's a set of arbitrary rules created to the priesthood, meaning the bankers, and is supported only because people believe this is the way it's supposed to be.
That's right. Oh. It's life.
People into obedience, and both now recognized by modern civilization as illegitimate. So now we are on the verge of a new era in history where we will recognize that rule by debt, rule by private central bankers issuing the public currency as a loan of interest is equally illegitimate. It only works as long as people allow themselves to believe that this is the way life is supposed to be. But you need to understand something that's the core of the issue. Private central banks do not exist to serve the people, the community, or the nation. Private central banks exist to serve their owners, to make them rich beyond the dreams of Midas, and all for the cost of ink, paper, and the right bribe to the right official, and the occasional assassination. But behind all these wars and all these assassinations, the 100 million plus horrible deaths from all of these wars lies a single policy of financial dictatorship. The private central bankers only allow rulers to rule, only on the promise that the people of a nation be enslaved to the private central banks. Rulers who do not go along with that will be killed, their nation invaded by those other nations still enslaved to the private central banks. The bankers themselves don't fight these wars. Their children are not in these wars. A nation tries to break free of the private central bankers like Libya. All the other nations under the bankers' control pile on and destroy them. This so-called clash of civilizations you are being told about by the corporate media, it's really a war between banking systems, with the private central bankers forcing themselves onto the rest of the world, no matter how many millions must die for it. The constant hate-mongering against Muslims you see in the corporate media lies in this simple fact. Like the ancient Christians, prior to the Knights Templars, Muslims forbid usury or the lending of money at interest because they saw in ancient times, like Rome, how these banking practices could destroy an entire society. And that is the reason our government media insists that Muslims have to be hated and killed and converted. They refuse to submit to currencies loaned at interest. They refuse to be debt slaves. That makes them a threat to the natural order of the world, the new world order of global fascist dictatorship. So, off to war your children must go to spill their blood for the money junkies' gold. We barely survived the last 2 world wars. Now we're going into the third one in the nuclear bioweapon age. That is very dangerous. We have to ask ourselves, are the private central bankers willing to risk incinerating the whole planet to feed their greed? Apparently so. You as parents, as siblings, as spouses, need to ask yourself, do you really want to see your loved ones in uniform killed and crippled, all for a bank balance sheet? But the whole point of this article, the whole point of what I am sharing with you today, and this is all history, you can go out and hunt it down for yourself. Behind all the flag waving, behind all the propaganda, behind the craze, lone nut assassins, weapons of mass destruction, all of the modern wars this nation have fought are wars by and for the private bankers, fought and bled for by third parties unaware of the true reason they're expected to gracefully accept being killed and crippled for. And the process is quite simple. We've explained it from the show. As soon as the private central bank issues its currency as a loan at interest, the public is forced deeper and deeper into debt. When the people are reluctant to borrow anymore, that's when the Keynesian economists demand the government borrow more to keep the pyramid scheme working. When both the people and the government refuse to borrow anymore, that is when the large wars get started, to plunge everyone even deeper to debt to pay for the war, and then after the war to borrow even more to rebuild. And when these horrible wars are over, the ordinary people have basically what they had before the war, except their graveyards are a lot larger, and everyone is in debt to the private bankers for the next century. That is why Brown Brothers Harriman in New York was funding the rise of Adolf Hitler. Because war is the bankers' richest harvest. We all need to recognize this is what all these wars have been about. Private central banking, enlarging their domain, imposing their will on nations that do not want it, imposing their system on the rulers of nations who do not want it. Bribery, blackmail, assassination will do anything to maintain their stranglehold on the productivity of the world's people. And as long as private central banks are allowed to exist, inevitably, as the night follows the day, there will be poverty, hopelessness, millions of deaths in endless world wars until the earth itself is sacrificed in flames to Mammon. The path to true world peace lies in the abolishment of all private central banking everywhere and a return to the state-issued, value-based currencies that allow nations and people to become prosperous through their own labor and development efforts. Now, I mentioned the Knights Templars. Prior to the Knights Templars, Christianity, like Islam, forbade usury because Christianity, much of Orthodox Christianity, came out of Rome, and they had seen firsthand what debt-based economies do, even to the Roman Empire. They'd seen it firsthand. So they had a ban on usury. And the Knights Templars were able to basically either bribe or blackmail the Pope to get a special dispensation that allowed them to rent money, is what they called it. They didn't call it usury, they called it renting money. A lot of modern predatory banking practices were pioneered by the Knights Templars, and they plunged Europe into hopelessly unpayable debt until finally French King Philip IV, otherwise known as Philip the Fair, did the only solution he could do. They understood as long as you believed in the rules of the bankers, as long as you played by the rules they created to serve themselves, you were hopelessly trapped. And so Philip thought outside the box, and I know he's demonized for it, but looking at the history of the Templars, it was his last resort. He sent messages to all of the regions in France, secret orders on the same time, in the same moment, on the same day. All of the Templars were arrested, and their commanderies, which is what they called their banks, were broken into, looking for looted wealth. They didn't find a lot of it. It was a paper empire, just like the Federal Reserve is. It's all based on paper. There's no thing of any real value there. It's all paper notes. And he sent the Templars to prison and execution, except for Scotland and Portugal, where the Pope and King Philip IV really didn't have a lot of control. I think the governments of the world, looking at the situation, looking how close we are to seeing this current world conflict emerge into a full-blown global thermonuclear war, that maybe they need to start thinking about the wisdom of King Philip the Fair and say it's time to simply grab all these private central bankers all at the same time so they can't simply skedaddle from one nation to another and come back and try the same thing again, as they will inevitably do, because these people are addicts. They're hopelessly addicted to other people's money. That's why we call them money junkies. When we see somebody who's addicted to cocaine or methamphetamine or heroin, and we can easily see how they're destroying their home and community around them. Now we need to look at these money addicts and look at how they're destroying the entire world around them. It's time for intervention. It's time for us to become private central banking heretics, to stop believing that this is the way life is supposed to be, because it isn't. It isn't even the way the United States was actually started. And they're trying as hard. Look at the destruction of our nation. We used to be the world's greatest nation. Now the most generous estimate is we're down to number 16. It's still falling. And yet, despite the destruction to our nation, its infrastructure, its children, its quality of medical care, the quality of its manufacturing output, we still are compelled somehow to go out and force this same banking system onto the rest of the world at the point of a bayonet. Does that make any sense at all? Not to a rational human being. To a money junkie, yeah, it's perfect. But we're really at a crisis point in history. And the first step to resolving that crisis, to not let it go any further into a potential nuclear war, is to recognize that private central banking, ruled by manufactured illusion of debt, is no more legitimate a system of governance than rule by divine right or rule by slavery. We all need to recognize the true cause of all the pain and suffering in wars. It's not the terrorists, it's not Al-Qaeda. These are just distractions and set pieces put in front of your eyes so you can't see a very clear pattern behind much of modern human history. It's a war of banking systems with the predatory private central banks seeking to eradicate any nation and any ruler that would dare try and operate their economy outside the control of the private central bankers. That's the real cause for the war. Is it something you're willing to fight and die for, to support these private central bankers? Is it something you're willing to let your sons and daughters and brothers and sisters be bloody bits for, so the money junkies can have their latest fix, just a little tiny bit more gold or a little larger number on the bottom of that brokerage statement, so they can have today's thrill, their fix of money that is bought with the blood of your children? I don't think so. But the time has come to point out what really is the cause of all causes behind all the wars and suffering that our planet is having to endure and our people are having to endure. The common enemy of all humankind are private central banks issuing the public currency as a loan at interest. And as history will show, they will do anything, up to and including global wars, to keep their lock on yours and your children's future economic well-being and productivity. We're not a free society. Media will tell us that we're free, but we're not free. We are slaves. Our slave chains are made of paper, and that paper is the Federal Reserve note. Too few of our leaders have tried to stand up to this system of enslavement, usually with lethal results. But if all the people of the world at the same time stand up and say no more private central bank, it will come crashing down, just as slavery did, just as rule by divine right did, and then we'll be embarking on a new era in human history, where the emphasis on social development is on the people, not on the money junkies.
Okay. What do you think about that? What do you think? Banksters running everything. Bankster. Okay. That's the end of that. Let me put my headphones back on and I talk to you. What do you think about that? Come on in. Go to my web. Go to my site. I got a link there. Come on in and talk. Banksters run everything. Don't you know? I can't believe you don't know that banksters run everything. Corporates run everything. Under corporate control.
Yeah, you're absolutely 100% right. Okay.
Corporates run it all. and Mike Rivero was true on that. He was so true when he made this video. I only was able to give you the audio, but there you go. I'm just sitting back going, yeah, it's all Bankster since 1913. Has been running the show, and we're all slaves of them. Well, come on in. I got 4 more viewers. You can find me. I put the link up on my site, Spellbinder 00, and you can just jump right on in here.
I put the link on for an old woman that visited your YouTube channel. I put the link in YouTube for this old woman. This old woman couldn't get in. The old cigarette smoking woman. But she was gone. She's probably impatient and left.
Rats.
Is that all right, Spellbinder? Is that all right? I did that?
Yeah, it's okay. Anyone. I don't care who comes in here. I opened it up to public, and they canceled me out of my public because they said, you're making this public. Really? I can't bring public in here for opinion? Oh, really? And
if you invite too many people, Spellbinder, it's going to tell you, whoa, you invited way too many people. You can't invite that many. Have you run into that problem, Spellbinder?
Yes, I have.
Ah, okay. I'm not the only one.
Yeah, you're not the only one that ran into that stupid problem. Oh my God, you're bringing public in. Oh my God, anyone can see this? Oh, it's like,
Spellbinder,
okay,
5 minutes later, after you open your Hangout, Spellbinder, you go back and they're going to go, you don't have anybody here. Don't you want to invite somebody? And then you go, yeah, okay. Who do you want to invite? Oh, how about public? All right. Boom. Okay, now you just invited the public. They won't let you.
Whoa, what happened to you? I just invited everybody. Invited everyone.
All right. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm running 2 shows at the same time.
Oh, you dog. You are doing good. You're doing good. I'm a dog too. Oh, anyways. You dog, you're doing great. You're doing great. I wanted to be on your international opinion thing, but I'm at work during the day, so I can't get on there. I'm working at Boeing, you know.
Yeah. So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna I'm gonna get out of Skype because my buddy he didn't wanna. I just shut off Skype. My buddy kept saying, "What's going on?" I kept telling him I got talking to you, and so I don't know. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, good. Do you prefer my camera on?
I don't care.
Seriously.
I mean, seriously, I don't care. I don't care. I'm an open person myself. I got my Spellbinder on there, and I also have the Firewolf on. Hello? Oh, you're there. There you are.
I want to tell you that I miss your hangouts, but you got to work to make a living. So
Yeah, I gotta go here and work and stuff, and I can only do it on Saturdays, it seems.
I'm
And
going somewhere tomorrow. I got to try to get a job because I've been waiting for some other people to support me that I've been supporting for years and so on. But I finally I'm going to have to give up on them before it's too late. I'm going to have to go on. I got to get a pay going. I'm done. I bottomed out this last month. I just called my sister and told her I've just hit financial bottom. I'm a wreck.
And you should get a job at Bowen if you can pass the security. All you have
Do
to
they
have
a
is
urine? Do they have a urine test where they test my urine?
yeah, when you go through where I went through, yeah, they do.
Yeah. Do they go in there, right in there with you while you're going?
Nah, it is
good.
closed. This is a closed door. Don't flush the toilet, and bring back the urine.
Yeah. You know, one time this ex-con told me I could pass any drug test. He said, "You smoke cannabis?" I go, "I might have." He goes, "I'll tell you how to pass any drug test." I probably told you this story. He goes, "Just take 12 aspirin right before you take the test."
Really?
Drug test there is. Well, guess what? I did it, and the doctor said, "You passed all these x-rays." I was going to be making like thousands of dollars. I was going to be making basically 2 or 3 times what you're making right now, okay? I had it all set up.
Yeah.
After I took that drug test, I go, "Well, I passed it. I did what my buddy told me. 12 aspirin a day keeps the drug test safe." So, 12 of them, 11 or 12. And
Wow.
must have done something. It must have been a trick from that guy, that jailbird, because I don't know why I ever listened to him, because after that, it was the strangest thing. This is no lie. I know you're going to find this very hard to believe, but after I took that drug test, I had state police cars following me around for like 2 years.
2 years.
Why? What, they thought I was going to... This guy's suicidal. No one should have that much aspirin in their urine. What, is he trying to kill himself? Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no, your imagination. No, I'm sorry, it's not. And it just happened over and over and over again. Because it was for a state job. Yeah, wow. I was going to be making concrete, you know, the pillars that support the interstate clover leaves. It was going to be doing that. So no wonder the state police got involved, eh?
See how they is and how they are.
Yeah. Yeah. I would have been a rich man. The guy got me psyched up for that job. One day I said, "Well, how do I do it?" And he told me right what to do, and I did it. And I had to go to a hospital. I had to take x-rays and disrobe and everything else.
Whoa. I didn't have to go through that to get my secret.
Yeah. And how did you get in so easy?
I told them I had a secret before, and they went through my records, and here I am.
Yeah. So how do you get paid every week?
Yeah, from temporary service.
How hard is it to get your money?
I just have it go in my bank, and there it is.
Oh, it goes right in. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good for you. So what have you been buying with all that money now? You've been buying a little software program?
I'm, I'm buying alcohol because I can't smoke. I'm an alcoholic now. Thank you, government.
Wish I had some
Yeah.
booze right now, man. I have a drink. I got no booze. I got nothing.
Oh man,
I need some beer or wine or something, some whiskey, something.
something. Thinking about
Shake.
whiskey. Oh my God, I gotta go in here and bring my bottle of wine out. Hang on.
I might be flying over there tonight for a quick eye opener.
Let
Your
me
mom
see.
will go,
I got
Spellbinder,
one.
somebody's at the door. It's 2 in the morning.
Who
He
is
said
this?
he said he
He
just
says
flew in.
friend. He just flew in and came here. Oh, let me see. Let me open this up. I gotta bring out my magic opener. Oh God! Oh! Damn! Oh! How'd it get that way? I got my paperwork on one side. Oh God! I get stepped on the glass. I dropped a 12 pack the other day in between where I'm at and here I am, and it dropped. It pulled out my hand, and it was really fucked up. I wasn't even drunk. That was sucked. You ever seen
Same.
one of
Yeah,
these?
yeah, I got one similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta
My
take this
boy dropped his
wine
12
out.
pack at Walmart. He dropped the whole 16 30 pack. It was a 30 pack. Cans all over, I guess.
Wow,
You gotta go. Did you get a
this is
replacement? He
good.
goes, no, I can't read
This is
that.
pretty good.
Alpha Shamani. Yeah. Altamonte.
This is good Argentina wine. It's the best wine I've ever come across, and I'm gonna have some of it. If I drank it out of the bottle, I'm gonna have some of it. It's really good. You get it over at Aldi's. I don't know if you have an Aldi's or anything like that near you. A German manufacturer that puts food and everything out, and it's called Aldi's.
I
It's,
don't shop there. It's a French, German, British conglomerate that's taking over the world. I never shop there. It's a foreign company in America, foreign enterprise. I can't
mm,
shop at Aldi's.
you can't shop at Aldi's because it
I
took
don't shop
over.
at Aldi's or Walmart. I boycott them.
Well, I stopped Walmart, or I call it what do I call Walmart? I call it
I don't know.
what I call it? I call it Wally Mart. Wally Mart. I don't shop at Wally Mart.
No. We
I
had
need a
a we had a little tragedy around here. We had 5 young people ejected from a car. First it rolled, then it hit a mailbox, and then it flew through the air and hit some trees, and all 5 occupants were ejected, and 4 people were pronounced dead at the scene, and they were all like 22, 24, 19, and 21 or something. And I
wow.
kept asking people, now Spellbinder, in my simple brain, I ain't the brightest bulb in the factory or whatever. So I'm asking
Mhm.
people, would you get ejected if you Is there a way to get ejected from a car if you're wearing your seatbelt? There must be. Those people, all 4 or 5 of them, not all of them simultaneously without their belts on. I mean, what were they doing? Having an orgy in the car as they rolled along, or what the hell was going on? They had to have their belts off so they could have their hands free.
Exactly.
But I talked to my authority, the cop administrator, my brother-in-law. Well, I talked to my sister, and then he was listening. And he said pretty much absolutely, if they had those belts on, my sister said the same thing, they'd probably all be alive if they had their seatbelts on.
See how it is? I always wear a seatbelt. I feel like I'm in my car. I'm in a race car. You know what I mean?
Funny you say that, because I have the attitude that I'm in a stock car race when I get to the open road, because there's so many crazy drivers out there that it's just frightening.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like I'm in a race car. When I'm in my car, I got the seatbelts on and everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
Airbag, everything.
airbags, yeah. You got the passenger airbag and your airbag, and putting this away. The ultimate opener.
Yeah, I got a real fancy one, Spellbinder.
Oh,
My son got me a real fancy one. It's too nice for me. I should mail it to you. Yeah, it's
No,
not
I got
as
this
nice
one
as
here.
It's
That
nice.
is the ultimate opener for a bottle of wine.
Yeah. You know, I saw some people put some champagne in a microwave to see what would happen.
Oh no!
And then they give them 3 answers. What's it going to do? Is it going to do nothing? Is it going to... And one guy guessed it right. The whole thing exploded in a fiery explosion. For some reason, it just exploded violently, the whole microwave. Yeah, I don't want it. They shouldn't even show that stuff on YouTube, because other little kids can try it then.
Oh, I know.
That's the way it goes.
There we go.
Thank you. Yeah, virtual drink.
Argentine Malbec. It's the best wine I've ever drank.
Is that from Aldi's?
Mm-hmm. And it's great. It's the best tasting wine. It's not anything. It's called Malbec. I have no idea what Malbec means, but it's good wine. Yeah, I'll put it up there again so you can see it.
Is that some domestic wine, or is that from Argentina, or where?
Argentina. It doesn't have no radiation in it.
That's right.
It's good wine. And that's why I drink it. Yeah. I got the cork still. See, I got.
Well, Spellbinder, I got to tell you what happened to me the other day.
What?
A friend of mine decided that he had to clean out his little office place.
Mm-hmm.
So he gave me his complete stereo system, okay?
His complete stereo system? Complete?
Yep.
Wow. You got everything.
And he gave me the case, the rolling case that everything fits nicely into. Okay.
No, really? Really? Oh, God, that's great.
It's a 1988. It's a 1988 system. And I told him, I said, now the cassette players are dual cassette recorder and play and record on it, and I can't make it work. And he goes, oh no, it worked before. Let me come over. He hasn't been over yet, but he gave me a 5-piece. I don't know what you call them. You can put 5 CD discs in it at once, and it plays every one.
Wow.
Rotates them.
That's great. That's great.
I got a turntable. I got a nice turntable that goes with it. It needs a record needle. and the amplifier, and he gave you these great big giant speakers. Maybe you can see them behind me. I'm not sure. Can you? Let's see if I can. If I make my picture bigger, I can see what you could see.
I see the speakers.
Yeah. Okay. Big speakers, great big. Well, maybe you don't believe me. I could turn it on.
Yeah, no, I had speakers that set, 3 feet high and stuff, and there were woofers and everything.
Well, let's just give you a little demonstration.
All right. Whoa. Don't make it anything that's copyrighted now. I ask. YouTube is really after people with copyright stuff right now. So you have to be your own making or somebody you have writings to. I mean. Damn, it's loud.
Yeah. Well, it was very loud. And as you can see, it works.
It does.
So, I played the CDs out. It must not have CDs in it. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you can see because when I have my picture on you, I can't see what really is in this room. Okay. But now, when you look over my way, you can see a huge, big setting. It's not just a thumbnail.
Oh, no, not at all.
So, I see we got a message in the voice chat.
Oh, who we got?
Yes, Reality Zone.
Reality Zone. Oh, yeah, that's me. That's what I was transmitting earlier to link people up to my Reality Zone when I was doing earlier.
Yeah.
You go there and you'll be able to read the articles that you may have missed.
I'm becoming a nuclear activist, okay? I think we're going to have to do away with all nuclear contamination.
Oh, we got to get rid of nuclear. We got to get rid of nuclear power altogether. That's this stupid. I mean, these money junkies are out there killing us all with nuclear fallout from Fukushima, and it's just wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, because if you follow this place in New Mexico, they have barrels full of liquid, so they had to make it not liquid by putting kitty litter. Somebody got the bright idea, well, let's try this other kitty litter. And so they switched kitty litters.
They ain't gonna stop radiation, and there's got lead in it.
The cheapest kitty litter there is with just the regular clay is fine, but it was this new improved kitty litter, the green, environmentally safe or something. They call it green kitty litter.
And it's gonna stop radiation.
Can you imagine a 55-gallon drum full of slush and kitty litter starting to build up gases, and then I guess they exploded. They said one can was blowed up completely, or they weren't sure yet. They hadn't been in there, but.
What idiots! My God, I know what they're doing. They're dumbing down America that bad that they got these guys in there going, put nuclear radiation into a drum with kitty litter and see what happens. It's like, no, you don't do that to begin with.
Spellbinder, you don't know the half of it. They couldn't even send anybody down there. The people there, they go, well, we can't send any men down there. We don't have the proper safety detectors that they wear on their coats. I'm thinking, isn't this a nuclear place where they store waste? Don't you think they should have the simple buttons that throw them out?
Exactly.
And then they had to wait over a week to get them, and one commenter said, what in the hell, a week to get this stuff? They should have got it in 2 or 3 days at the most in America. What's going on here?
They have dumbed down the last 3 generations before me. I'm sitting there going, This is laughable. This is so laughable. It's like I'm in what was the movie? Idiocracy. I'm in
Yes.
Idiocracy now. I'm
Oh
living
man.
Idiocracy. I'm in Idiocracy, and
Yes.
I don't understand. I wasn't frozen for 100 years.
That's right. Idiocracy.
We're in Idiocracy. We're in this Idiocracy mode where they brought these kids up and everything and told them what the government wants them to learn, and they don't know anything outside of that science or anything. They just don't want to know what the government says. You must do this, and this is
Spellbinder.
God.
Spellbinder. How are you going to learn anything? You're a young kid with all your hormones raging and all those beautiful girls and all the scents and smells and sights.
I
And
am
here you
your
go to
age.
school in the morning. You're half awake. And once
Yeah,
that bell rings and everybody gets in there, guess what? Somebody throws a switch and boom, it's lockdown. Yes, in America, when the children
yeah,
get to school,
yes.
the doors are locked and nobody gets out and nobody gets in.
And
Is that a normal society where they lock the kids in schools, Bellbinder? I'm glad I'm old now. I'm glad I didn't have to go through all this BS. This would
I,
drove
I
me
really,
nuts.
I'm with you. I'm 54
Oh,
right now. I'm 54. Do I look 54?
no,
Actually,
no, no, you don't. You look about 34, really,
well, see, that's vitamins.
because of your
And
vitamins.
the young people don't know that you should take vitamins. I've been doing this since my 1920s, and 1920 when I was 20, and I look young because of vitamins. You too have to go and start checking out vitamins.
Yeah. Do you take gold?
Yes,
Good, good.
source of gold. I take source of gold.
Good. Do
Those
you
are the
take
best
platinum? You
vitamins.
take platinum, don't you?
Well, the source of
A little
gold is
tin?
a vitamin. No, I only take whatever these vitamins give me, and I've read the college research that was done called life extensions. You have to look
I've
that
got
up on
all the
the
life
internet.
extension in literature, and I've got it all. How they you can take all this stuff, and it just and they got Dirk and Sandy something. Is that telling me that it is that it? Dirk and Sandy from 20, 30 years ago, and they had this thing. And of course, if they looked in their 30s 30 years ago, they probably still look in their 30s from all the good stuff they
Well,
said.
I just do life extensions, which
Yeah.
is a college research on these vitamins and stuff, and they're right on track. I mean, if you want to be right on track and look like me, you take what they're telling you to take. I take the a alpha lipoic acid. I take L-carotene with them, and that's a life extension. I take vitamin C. I take uh, I take stuff called Source of Life is my vitamins now. And it's called Source of Life Gold. I take the gold because the gold is the most expensive, therefore it must be the best. And that's
You
why
take
I do it.
chromium. You take chromium, molybdenum.
Yes, it's all in the vitamins.
You take magnesium. Magnesium is one of the most underrated vitamins.
Yes, it is.
It's a mineral or something, maybe. Magnesium. It's an element.
I take all this stuff and I'm able to drink and do whatever I want, and people don't realize that. I don't know what the deal is. Look, I'm drinking this right now. Oh my
Oh,
God.
that looks good. What is that now?
Summer wheat. Yin Yang. I call it
That is
Yin
something,
Yang.
Bill.
I call it Yin Yang because Yin. Let me see if I can get the focus. I need to clean my lens off. It's automatically fogged a little bit on the head. Cause I put a piece of
Yeah.
tape over my camera to keep the NSA away. One piece
Yeah,
of
you
tape
got to.
gets the NSA away. Oh, no, I gotta put this down here in this area. Okay, I'm back. Wow, why is it
How's
so
your
blurry?
How's your mom
Me?
doing?
Oh, she's doing well after my dad died. It's not like I wish it would be. I mean, she says, I wish he would taught me everything that he knew. Well, I'm going, we sure asked him to do that. I mean, he's 3 years older than you, and you died. No, he died, actually. And, oh, God. And I have to sit here and try to figure everything out. He didn't tell me anything. And that really hurt, too. I was living here since 1993. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to collect the pieces back together, and he didn't tell anything how he did things. He just kind of like went with he went and swiped the card and everything, and it was like, no, that's not what I wanted to know. Oh God, I'm still in a nightmare with my mom. And we're still in a nightmare, and it's not good
Yeah.
because he didn't tell everything. I mean, I don't
So
know what life insurance he had or anything. I don't know what he had. He may have $1 million life insurance, and I don't even know about
yeah.
it. Yeah, it's like, uh,
Yeah. Well, like my dad said, if you don't have a will, you're going to be in bad shape. Tell me you had a
we
will.
we have a will, but it's a will
Good.
that's passed on to my mom. And after my mom,
Good.
it's passed on to us, my family,
Good.
and but yet there's no details. That's what sucks.
Yeah.
No details about anything.
Yeah.
My mom's sitting here going, I don't know what to do. My dad, my mom, my husband used to do everything, and now he doesn't do anything. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
And it's
Well,
one,
you can always hire a top-notch CPA to straighten everything out.
yeah, that's what I figured too. But it's just that he didn't tell her how everything worked and everything. I had to teach her how to use the ATM card. Oh,
Yeah.
it's really bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's oh my God! I'm in, I'm in, I'm the youngest. It's my responsibility now, and I have to play this, and I have to come up with plans. I'm lucky I have 140 IQ, and I can do
Go on.
this. Hmm?
Yeah.
I'm going back. Going back
I
to
got
my
my buddy on Skype
phone.
now. I got my buddy on Skype, Spellbinder.
Okay,
Maybe you can hear him over your hangout.
I heard him.
Bill, you might be broadcasting live over our hangout.
There's
He put it
Kenny.
up.
Hey, Kenny, how you doing? Kenny.
You're drunk, Spellbinder.
I'm not drunk
Oh,
enough.
You're drunk as shit.
You're not drunk enough either.
I see you got your fucking Abraham Lincoln looking friend up in this motherfucker.
Abraham
Lincoln.
Lincoln, Daddy-o.
Hello, Daddy. Here we go.
Happening.
Looking like fucking Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln. Let's
Abraham
cut down the cherry tree. No.
What the hell's going on in here, man?
I've been working
Casting spells?
and I can cast them
What are you
all you
drinking?
want. No, what you want.
Why don't you cast a spell that
What are you
gives
drinking
Mackie
tonight?
Electric a job? Can you do that for me?
You want a job?
No, cast a spell that'll get Mackie Electric a job.
Who? Lucky?
Just do it, alright? Just fucking do it. Don't ask any questions. Get a spell.
There it
Done.
is.
Alright.
Okay.
This is a test.
Test
What are you
it
drinking there
all.
tonight, Spellbinder?
Yeah, what are you drinking?
What am I drinking?
Was it white
Vodka
Solo?
and beer.
Vodka and beer. It's a fucking drink of champions. What kind of vodka? Pop-Off?
Oh no. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Woo. Okay. It's been done.
What kind of
What
vodka
do you
you
What
drinking,
kind of
bro?
vodka are you drinking?
Now, what type of spell was that I just cast?
Drunken wizard.
Apparently you were summoning fucking clowns because they're flying in here like crazy now. Now, what kind of vodka are you drinking, you fucking basement wizard?
I'm drinking potato vodka. Potato vodka.
Show us the bottle.
Drink only
Show us the fucking
potato vodka.
What are you, in
Show
Czechoslovakia?
us the bottle. Show us the bottle.
Show us the bottle. Okay, I can do
Yeah,
that.
show the fucking bottle.
Bottle.
Squaw.
Fire up the
What
pot
the
and the
fuck?
vodka.
You want to see the vodka? Here we come.
He's taking the camera to his bathroom. So some of that toilet vodka. The George Bush Pimp's recipe.
Right.
Vodka, look, it's only that much left.
Yeah, we're talking.
And we gotta drink more. I gotta find another bottle.
I am
Dude, dude, bust out the long hair, throw your long hair over your shoulders there, and just fucking put the bottle in your mouth and take a swig.
That's it. That's
Ah,
it. That's it.
ah.
Saturday night,
Dude,
baby.
I didn't even know your hair was that long, dude.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
my
crazy.
God, it's almost as long as Gary Huey. Oh,
What do you got, it
Gary
braided
Huey,
up?
I want to grow it. I want to grow this as long as Harry Gary.
Looking like a broke ass Willie Nelson. God damn.
Have a drink.
Oh, there we go.
Oh boy.
Take that, liver.
Whew. Yep. Got back from something.
I must die.
You know what I was watching today? I was watching the hangout from when Spellbinder got kicked out of Vaughn's hangout a couple months ago. I'm glad you watched that shit. You
I
were
was
pissed.
pissed. I was. God damn it! I might as well
Yeah, you were
finish
mad as hell.
it.
You even said you wasn't going to hang out with this Abraham Lincoln looking motherfucker anymore, but he's here, so. It's cool, though.
Vaughn?
It's like Abraham.
Vaughn's here? Hey, Vaughn, are you here?
No, he's not here.
He's not here. He's not here.
I think he's at the bottom of that vodka bottle. Look at
You know what? That's a good idea, though. That's actually
drink this. Drink more.
That's a good idea. Why don't you invite Vaughn in here? He's online. He's on Vaughn TV. He can.
No, I invited everybody, so he's already watching or something.
That's what we need to do. Get him a message. Get him on in here. We can have a little chit chat.
Thought you guys were still buddies.
Let's have a chit chat with those trolls. Come on, Vaughn, come in with us. We're trolls, as you refer to us. We're not trolls. We're friends. Come on, come on, Vaughn. Come on in.
Well, it's too chicken shit to come in here.
You're gonna have to send an invite. You can't just.
Really? I just can't call him in. Wait a second. Let me do my Wicca thing.
That's what I was going to say. There'll be some sort of basement spell or something.
Come in. Up here.
Oh, this has got the makings of a classic early. I'll be right back.
Oh, come in, Bond. Come in. Come in, Bond. You know you want to come in. Come in, Bond.
Send them a message on YouTube, on Yahoo, YouTube.
I sent the messages out to everyone I know. I don't know why he's not here.
Tell him to get the fuck in here.
He's not.
Tell him the trolls are in there playing the Andrea tapes.
Okay, let me work on this. Let's see. Vaughn, almighty Vaughn, come in. Wait a second, I have to go and invite him.
Oh, Vaughn, come into the basement.
Shit, I don't know how to do that. Oh, anyways. How you invite a personal person then? I don't know. You don't know either?
Mm-mm.
Oh, God. Nobody knows. Okay. I know he does. Kenny knows. Kenny. Oh, Kenny's muted, and I can't get a hold of him.
Spellbinder.
Yes.
Spellbinder.
Yes.
If you go to the green arrow, up there where it says share, oh, that's not it.
Yeah, it must be it.
Screen share. I don't remember how to do that. I think you got to do that from your home page.
Oh, no.
Can't you go to your home page and invite?
Get him in here.
No.
Yeah, if you go to your home page and go where your hangout is, and then go to share.
Oh,
Are you listening to me?
Yeah.
Go to your home page, go to your hangout thing where it's showing it's live, and then it says share. You hit the share arrow, and you could type in this person's name. I thought you knew how to do that.
I thought everyone knew how to do that. What are you, trolls or what? What are you, trolls? Come on, trolls. Tell me how to do this.
Lord have mercy.
I'm going to bring Brian on here. I already invited everyone. I go share. No, it's not going to do that. Share. Not version. On. It's got to be up here in the share thing or people thing.
This is people to share.
All right.
I got followers. Okay, where was it? Vaughn? I just type in Vaughn. What do I
That's a start.
type in?
This is messy. This is very messy.
Vaughn Helton. There he is. He came up.
Boom.
Yep, he's here. He's in here. Get him, Spellbinder.
And right. There he is.
There we go. There we go. That's how you do it.
Good job.
Vaughn.
You deserve another shot, Spellbinder.
That's right. Have a drink to
Good
celebrate.
job. I think I'm going to have
God,
one, too.
I got a visual of this. Oh my God, I got fizzle it.
I ain't sure what fizzling it looks like.
Oh, it means take care of the bottle and
You gotta
destroy it.
You gotta fizzle it, huh?
I gotta fizzle it.
Jesus.
Ah, my God, I gotta fizzle the bottle.
That sounds fucking
Oh my
crazy.
God. You guys are fucking. Alright, there you go. You got my wolf. Woo!
Damn.
No.
This is the kind of room that makes me wish I had some fucking mushrooms and could just lay back on a beanbag.
You're going to need more than that, brother.
You need more of that to be with me.
Hey, if anybody watching this could just get a link to, because Von Helton is on Vaughn Live right now. So if somebody just wants to go over there and give him a link, then he'll probably come on in. I know he misses us, man. We ain't talked in a while. You know what I'm saying? He's got to miss us.
That's right.
I mean, last time I talked to him, he was about to leave the internet, you know. He's like, oh, I'm leaving. Play the fucking tapes. Play the fucking tapes. I was like, oh. He didn't leave, though.
He didn't leave.
He didn't leave.
No.
I was shocked. I thought he was really going to go. It really totally caught me off guard.
Ruined
But he
my faith
stayed.
in humanity. It absolutely it crippled my faith in fucking human beings because I thought for sure he was a man of his word, right?
I couldn't believe it. It kind of blew me away.
Von's a man of his word.
That's
I
right.
know. That's the thing about it. Like, it's not like him to say he's going to do something and then do the exact fucking opposite.
Right.
And then
Exactly.
pretty much forget that he said it and make up something different that he said that he didn't say. You know what I'm saying? It's not like him. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
None of these motherfuckers would ever, like, you know, put up videos and tell everybody they were going to leave the damn internet and fish for fucking people to say, no, don't go, and then not go. That's never happened.
Yeah. No, he's not one of those guys.
It's because he's got that.
No.
He's got that Oregon healing crystal. That's what saved him.
That's
Did he
right.
get that from
Baroni?
He has the hero crystal. Oh my God, he's got that.
He's got some sort of healing
You can see the
pyramid.
video where he got sick from making those things.
Oh, you mean the Bar None Baroni guy? I think it's
Mhm.
Baroni, isn't it? And
Yeah,
his
he
real
said he
name?
was-
Jeff. I think it was Jeff Baroni.
Jeff Baroni.
That's right.
I think that was his name.
Mario.
I just call him Baroni because he looks like a Baroni. But yeah, I saw that. He got sick. He caught the flu from making healing pyramids. I don't know. How does that happen?
Healing pyramids. I did too. Arg.
How does that happen? Have you ever heard of such a thing? D? I've never
Healing pyramids.
Oh,
Yes,
man.
there are. Yes.
encountered
It's
that.
like getting a goddamn infection working in an antibiotics factory. It doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, how's that happen?
I can drink much
Well-
liquor and get big belly. Oh my God. I got big belly.
You know
I
the
got
only
big
thing
belly.
missing.
You
The
know,
only look, hold on, bro. Time out. The only thing
Okay.
missing from this right now, Spellbinder. The only thing missing from this right now is you. We need one of us to be on camera, and my camera's broken, so you have to do it. We got to
Right.
keep an eye on you anyway, man. We got to make sure you don't tip over and crack your head open on something.
That's right. That's right. We're gonna ask you to
See what I'm saying? We don't know what you're doing right there. You could be.
I'm
Throwing a rope over the
masturbating
ceiling
over
fan.
you.
Put the camera off
Wait
there.
a minute. Yeah, dang, second thought.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Not even sure where that came from, but we'll move on for now. Someone can archive that. What? If I got a timestamp, by the way.
Timestamp.
Put the timestamp, people. Put the timestamp.
Timestamp. You guys are such a trip.
There's no timestamp. Fuck, how do you timestamp this?
Somebody out there knows it. There's somebody watching. They got the fucking...
And they say,
oh, Lord. Fuck. God damn, it's my
you're
grandma,
being watched
man.
by NSA. You know you are. You are being
Shut up,
watched by
Spellbinder.
NSA.
It's my
Are
fucking
you?
grandma.
Lord have mercy.
Hey, Grandma.
Whoa,
What are you doing here?
Hey, Ma.
what y'all
Somebody's
doing?
drunk
You
again.
heard of this old boy?
Oh, man. Shit. Nothing. We're
Why
trying to
y'all-
keep an eye on Spellbinder. He's been drinking. You know how he is, old basement wizard drinking ass motherfucker. We had to keep an eye on him.
Why y'all getting this old boy to show his ponytail?
I don't know. He's over here talking crazy, Grandma. I don't know what he's talking about.
Well,
Mhm.
Lord have mercy.
Spellbinder? See, that's why I told him to cut the camera on. See, now we don't know. Did he fall over? Did he crack his head open on something?
What happened?
Did his mom
You
come
alright,
down?
bro?
What happened?
What happened?
And one of these times you're
I
on the
think
show,
Grandma
something
scared
bad
him away.
happened. See what I'm saying? Way to go, Grandma.
Right, now look what happened.
Scared away the
Little
fucking host.
That boy ain't right. He in here casting spells. That's from the devil.
I don't know. I think he fell over and hit his head.
That's what I'm thinking, man.
That's what
He's over there talking about beating his meat and stuff, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's gone.
That's right. You don't hear that one every day, Kenny. You don't get a motherfucker every once in a while just tell you that they're masturbating listening to you. That's every couple of years you get one of them. Congratulations. We'll put that on the scorecard right now.
Yeah, somebody's got that timestamp.
KPZ.
Must have. I think he was talking about you. I'm sure he was talking about you.
It was you. I get it all the time. It was you this time.
Basement Wizard, where art thou? Jesus.
Basement Wizard.
Well, that's unnerving. He's probably on mute, dumbass. He probably don't even know what's going on.
Could be.
Unmute yourself,
Wow.
Spellbinder.
He started barking. Did you hear that part?
I heard him barking. I didn't know what was going on.
He was barking and growling and I don't know either.
Yeah, I tried to unmute him and I muted him. Thank God. It's too late for her to be in here anyway, Grandma. Damn. She's supposed to be in bed. It's old as shit. I don't know where the basement wizard is. Or Galaxy Hopper. That's old Abraham Lincoln motherfucker. He ain't saying nothing either.
Damn Meemaw came in and killed the basement wizard.
Yeah, man.
Way to go. Mm-hmm.
Well.
Well, what are you doing, Kenny?
I'm just sitting here
What's going
fucking
on?
off, man. Yeah, working with some Don Julio and
Just hanging out.
that's it. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. What's up with you, Lincoln? Abraham. Maybe they left together and they just kind of.
What are you talking about? He's not in here, man. You keep saying he's in here. He's not in here. Unless
I
he's
see
in
the
here and you don't
Galaxy
see him.
Hopper. I see the Galaxy Hopper's little fucking. I
The
still see
Galaxy
it there.
Hopper's not He's not the Abraham Lincoln guy.
He looks like Abraham Lincoln to me. He's got the fucking... Oh, you talking about the guy with the tall hat, the insomniac guy.
Yeah.
I know you're talking about.
Right. The Chinese wife.
Yeah, the mail order bride guy. I remember that guy.
Oh, dare. Oh, you dare cut me off again.
What?
Yeah.
Are you talking?
Somebody
Did you pass
cut
out?
me off, eh? Oh,
Did you
yeah. You cut me off, I'll cut this fucking... I'll cut this down. I will...
What?
You're going to have to turn your camera on there so we can make sure you're all right there.
Yeah, because we would have known. If you would have had the camera
Oh, yeah.
on,
Oh,
we would
yeah.
have been able to see
I
that you were talking.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You don't got a camera on. You fucking goddamn fucking shits.
Whoa.
I mean, whoa. He said,
Take it easy.
Oh, yeah.
Take it easy, brother.
I will cut you off, and this will end right now. You know I am the master of this channel.
No, we know. We know you are. We know.
Now you know. Now you know that I am the master. You fuckers don't do this. We're
what?
talking.
We're waiting for you, man. You were gone.
no.
We didn't know where you were at. We were like, we're sitting here talking to you.
And you shut me off. I just went to take a piss. And you, oh.
Is that what you were doing? Because right before you left, you were talking about, abusing yourself, man. Did you really go?
Yeah, I'll abuse you too. I didn't go.
Slow it down there, brother. Take it easy, Ship Dipley.
Hey, can you turn on your camera there so we can see you?
Oh, you want to see my face, right?
Lord,
All right.
people, you need to have a seat there, son. You had a little bit too much of the devil's juice.
Meanwhile, I was talking to you, Spellbinder.
Turn on your camera so we can check if you're sober. We got to make sure you're all right.
Oh, you want to see me on live right now, okay? You get to see it all. Let me find
take
out
your
how to do it.
ponytail out and just let your hair fly and make sure you're all right.
You trolls. I love you. You trolls.
Lord help us, man.
We're trolls.
We want to make sure you're okay. You don't sound like you're all right. You sound like you've been drinking.
You've been drinking too.
You got the devil in you, boy.
Devil in me. I am God. Because God's what's inside.
That's
Not
blasphemy.
outside. Oh, it's blasphemy to you that God's inside, isn't it?
You got God inside you?
You better get right with Jesus, boy.
Jesus is in me.
You ain't.
He's in you.
You don't understand.
Do you have a neighbor
I'm a
named Jesus?
Gnostic. I'm a Gnostic. I believe in Gnosticism.
Yeah,
And Gnosticism says God's in you. God's seeing you. God's inside you. How do you think God knows what you're doing wrong? He's you.
Now, wait a minute now. We thought you were talking about the lawn company. Jesus was inside you.
Boy, I thought you said you're not sick. You clearly sick, boy. You need to see a doctor.
No. You're not outside God. You are God. And God's inside you. Seeing everything outside.
I cannot take you seriously with your camera off. I mean, I've got to see you, pointing in the camera.
No. I can't do that
because
you are Satan in his own mind.
Get behind me, Satan.
Boy, I'm sure that means in somewhere, but out here that just sounded like crazy talk.
No, God's inside you. Don't you understand this yet? God's
Where's he at?
inside, experiencing you. He's experiencing you outside you.
Oh, Lord.
That sounds incredibly gay. That sounds
No,
incredibly gay.
that's the Kirby logic. You fucker. You
Where's
guys
he
don't
at?
understand.
Where's he at? Is he in my eyeballs? Is that where he's at? Or is he in my feet?
No.
He's in
You
your.
want to know where God is? Okay. Let me
where is he?
explain this. Okay.
Okay.
Gnosticism says God is everywhere.
What is no? What is that?
Gnosticism?
Yeah, what is it?
I am superior over you because of this. Because I am
You
trying
ain't
to
superior
tell
over
you.
me. Motherfucker, you don't even have your camera on. I don't believe anything you say unless I can see you fucking saying it.
That's the rule, isn't it? That's right. That's the
That's
rule.
right. I mean, if you're going to tell us about God and where God is inside you, you better turn on your damn camera and fucking tell us with a straight face. I think you're bullshitting.
I'm just doing the Hector Beast.
So,
You look like a wildebeest, boy. You got the devil.
Okay. Here it is. Here's the.
Turn on your camera and tell us what the fuck the deal is, because we're curious now.
You gotta have my camera on.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about God being inside you, you better have your damn camera on.
Turn your camera on and show us where God's at.
Dear God, I remember this.
I mean,
Dear God.
where God's at.
You ever heard the song?
Come on, Spellbinder, don't be shy.
I'm not shy.
Tell us
We're not shy. I'm trying to say that we're all God. Do you know they are God?
I don't know any of this stuff unless your camera's on.
Okay.
Turn on the camera and then tell us all about this. I want you to show us where God's at, or tell us how the hell this works.
Okay. Here we go.
Here we go.
I'm gonna get pinged for this, and I'm gonna make this happen. And
Alright.
you never see me again after this. Okay.
Why?
Please, sir, please, calm down, please.
Alright, go ahead and turn on the camera and tell us about your Jesus inside me.
Okay.
Alright, we're waiting.
Screen share.
Do it like an Alex Jones show. Start pounding your fist on the desk and be like, Satan, get behind me!
I have to do game share apparently first.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Once you get your
I'm
camera,
gonna do this.
don't be turning it off. It makes everything complicated when you're drinking.
Okay. I got back to where I was.
There you go. Get it going. Get that camera working.
Here I am. I'm going to get fucked off of here, and you're never not.
That's fine. It's Saturday night, man. You can get fucked up all you want. Tell us about Jesus inside you.
Goodbye. When I do this, it's gonna be goodbye.
Why?
I prefer aloha, because that means goodbye and hello.
Mm-hmm. See, Spellbinder, you need to.
No.
Spellbinder.
Give me a chance to do this.
Right.
I gotta type this
Take your
out.
time. This is why you shouldn't. This is why you shouldn't turn off the camera once you've been drinking, because then it's hard to get it back on again.
I'm going to go away for a long time after this.
Where are you going?
I'm going away because you ought to.
Because you have to. Why do you have to go away?
You don't know what this is.
Are you wrestling? Are you wrestling?
Come on, Spellbinder, quit fucking around. Turn your damn camera on. Let's go.
Are you wrestling against the Archons? You must defeat them in open combat. You must. You can do it. Just calm down.
Yatu is gonna kill me for this, but I'm gonna do it.
Nobody's gonna kill anybody. Get your damn camera turned on and let's talk about Jesus inside you.
Who is your one?
No, you're gonna see this, and Yatu is gonna do it. Yatu.
Yatu?
Alright, we'll talk to Yatu and OT and Hantan and whatever. Turn on your camera so we can talk.
Here it comes.
I've been
Come on, Spellbinder, get that camera on before you fall over and fucking vomit, buddy. Let's do this.
You guys are
Time for the money shot.
You're so much for a trip. Let me type it out, and it will come out in this. And God damn you fuckers!
Why isn't your camera on, Spellbinder? I've transmitted 1.26 billion bytes of data waiting for your ass. Look, let's go.
Here we go.
Camera on. You're the host of the show. Your weird wolf icon. We can see you, buddy.
1, 2.
Don't pass out on us. Oh, man, you're a heavyweight.
I don't think I had to put it in. 3, 4,
I'm starting to get a little concerned about your sobriety. You sound a little drunk to me.
We have devolved into uttering guttural sounds, Spellbinder. This is not a case of dementia and psychosis. I'm going to need you to go ahead and take a step away. Turn your camera on so that we can see that you're okay.
No. No.
I want to see.
No, nothing. No.
Field sobriety test. Internet fucking sobriety test. I'm pulling you over right now, motherfucker. Hands off the keyboard. I'm calling fucking drunk vlogger. This is a ticketable offense. You're gonna have to fucking perform a field sobriety test here on the internet. So I demand that you turn on your camera in the name of the law and look into the recticle so we can check your eyes.
No. Look at nothing.
No. No.
No.
What do you mean no?
No. You don't get nothing unless I okay.
Dr. Descent is making a citizen's arrest right now
over the
internet. You are
hereby hands off the keyboard.
Arrest. You must comply with his every wish.
You're operating a fucking live hangout under the influence. Quit fucking around and turn on the damn camera so we can see that you're alright.
I'm alright. I'm trying to. The goddamn number.
Spellbinder.
Mr. Spellbinder, Dr. DeSint has clearly made a citizen's arrest for drunken disorderly conduct. I'm going to need you to go ahead and put on your camera and show your driver's license to the arresting officer.
Cool. I'll be fine. No, there.
That's a clever use of the guttural language there, Spellbinder. But I'm gonna have to go ahead and request that you please, sir, calm down.
Sounds like that vodka catching up to you, Spellbinder.
I have nothing. I have nothing. I am so pure that I got a secret.
Uh-oh. Not another secret. What is it?
Uh-oh.
I got a secret part to get fuck me.
Spellbinder, listen.
I will fuck you.
Whoa, man. I think he likes you, Kenny.
What's the secret, dude? What is it?
He said he wanted to fuck you.
That's not what he said. Stop it.
That's what he said.
He said it.
Basement Wizard. What did you say, Basement Wizard?
I am the
Basement Wizard
god
wants to fuck you,
of
Kenny.
this world.
You're what?
God the one.
He's Neo.
Hey, Arkham! What do you want? You want me to fuck you?
Whoa!
Spellbinder, are you gay? Just out of curiosity.
No, I'm A.
You need to go to AA. That's right.
You need to go to AA. Well, why would you tell Kenny KPZ you wanted to fuck him? Unless you're gay. I mean, that's not A. That's A with a G and a Y. That's
On
gay.
both sides. Yeah.
That's right.
Let's put it this way. You know what A means?
Ambiguous.
Asexual.
Let's put it this way: Would you cuddle with Kenny KPZ if you were passed out drunk?
No. You fucking asshole.
You would fuck his asshole? That's worse than cuddling.
That's what I thought he said.
A natural asshole.
A natural asshole? All natural?
You guys don't understand what asexual means. And you don't know what I am.
So how much vodka have you had to drink tonight there, Spellbinder?
Let's put it this way. I'm peeled back. I have no...
Well.
Mm-hmm.
Spellbinder. Have you cut the camera on? Cut the damn camera on, man. I need to look at your damn pupils and see how bad they're dilated.
I'm gonna make sure you're all right. You might need to go find yourself a fucking place to lay on your side or some shit.
I'm so far back.
Look, cast a fucking spell that cuts on the camera, alright?
I can't even.
Get some frog legs.
Are you on the floor? Are you laying on the damn floor fucking ready to vomit or pass out? Is that what you're doing? Because I'm suspecting.
Go ahead, say that.
Yep.
Yep. Spellbinder, cut the goddamn camera on.
He can't do it because
he has to.
On the camera, he's laying on the floor.
That's your mission, Spellbinder, right now. You're on a mission to cut that camera on. I need you to focus, man. This is important.
You can do it. You can do it, Spellbinder. You can do this.
There's a hot chick right now in the comments. If you look in the comments, there's a hot chick looking for you.
What's her name? Her name is Brian.
I think it's Mama J.
Try to pick yourself up off the floor there and see if you can make it to that damn keyboard and mouse.
You can do it, goddammit. We believe in you.
Take some deep breaths.
Focus, man. This is like Rambo First Blood. You're Rambo. Come on. Cut the camera on.
You can do it. You can do it.
Never mind.
Got another wrestler. That's good. Got some backup in here. Grab a chair.
Woo! Did I hear Spellbinder say, "Oh God," when I came in here?
It's out of control.
He said a lot of stuff.
You're right there. You're right there.
Inside him, and then
You're right there, Spellbinder. Cut the camera on, bro. We gotta check your eyes out. Make sure you're okay.
If you can't see straight, just push the one in the middle.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
You can do it, you basement wizard.
he's passed out on the floor, telling Kenny he wants to have sex with him.
I flew here. Oh God! I can't.
Come on, Spellbinder.
Focus, goddammit.
What have I walked in?
Come on, man.
Or, I don't know. We're gonna have to watch the tape back and see ourselves.
Dear God, does he have that alcohol on permanent IV drip or something?
I think so.
See, this is why you got to cut the camera
I'm pretty
on.
sure he's so drunk he's on the floor in front of his computer desk there, just laying on his back with his headphones on, just like praying he dies.
Rise. Rise up. Rise up from your floor.
Spellbinder, if Walter can do it, you can do it.
Come on, soldier.
Yeah, exactly.
Tap into your military.
My crystal orgone pyramid right now, and I'm casting the level 8 fucking sobriety spell on you, Spellbinder.
That's right.
Rise up and hit the camera button.
Rise.
Of course, he does that, he'll probably throw the cat mask on.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
alright, at least we can keep an eye on him. Make sure he's not drowning in his own vomit. Cut the camera on, goddammit. It's gonna end bad.
Fucking... Last time this happened, I was like 12 with one of my friends. We were out camping or some shit. I don't know. There was a bunch of us. Remember that? We all had that one friend who got so drunk they acted silly.
Yep. Don't be that guy, Spellbinder. What are you doing, man?
Sounds like he's pinching a loaf, man.
He said something about wanting to fuck Kenny, and he's been on a roll, man, talking about masturbating Kenny's voice and then talking about fucking Kenny.
He disappeared for a minute and came back all crazy, so I don't know what happened. Maybe he fucking shot some heroin or something, I don't know.
I don't know.
Spellbinder, you need to make your way in front of the computer, okay? Focus. Stop laughing. Cut that goddamn camera on, my friend. Cut it on. You can do it. Stay with me. Follow my voice. Follow my voice. Get up to the keyboard. Yes, get up to the keyboard. I'm going to walk him through this, gentlemen. Just bear with me.
Get
to the keyboard. Get to the chair. Get to the chair!
Just think, this is the guy who's working on the Minuteman missile systems for Boeing.
Yeah, I know.
Does
Don't
it make you
fucking
feel
remind me.
safer now?
See, you're gonna make him laugh. He's gonna fall over again, Jim. Look.
All right. Calm down. Just push the button. Come on now.
Rise up. Your mission is to get to the keyboard. So focus, Spellbinder. This is important. Pretend this is a matter of national security. Lives are in your hands right now. You've got to get up and cut the camera on. Our people will die.
Very- Oh my God!
Rise up, goddammit.
If you don't, Vladimir will Putin it on you.
Get up.
You know what, Spellbinder? This is the kind of shit communists do.
That's
This is
right.
the
Don't
kind
be
of
a
shit
commie.
that communists do, man. Don't be a communist.
Get up to the camera. People are depending on you. Don't let them down.
Oh dear.
Don't let your country down.
That's right.
Where are you right now? Where are you right now, Spellbinder?
That's obvious. La La Land.
Where are you? Describe what to me. Tell you what.
What's this
Spellbinder,
taste
just
like?
describe to me what you're looking at right now.
You need to
What?
borrow my lucky horseshoe to get up, man.
Come on, describe what you're looking at. He's not even speaking English,
It's a
so-
magical +3 horseshoe now.
He's not even speaking English.
Yes, I am.
Okay, I picked that up. What are you looking at right now, Spellbinder? Tell me. Doctor, this is above my pay grade. You're going to have to take it from here.
He's drunk.
I'm working on it. I want to work this.
Spellbinder's a communist. That's what he is, man. This
Well,
guy's a
he's
communist.
letting this country down for sure.
He's drinking vodka. He's drinking Russian vodka and getting all drunk, and he refuses to come on cam because he's a goddamn communist.
God damn you.
That's some commie
I
shit.
know he's trying to give us patriots a hard time instead of just getting on camera so we can make sure he's okay. What a fucking commie.
That's what I'm saying.
We should kick him out of here.
Oh, just kick me out.
That's right. You should be kicked out of here for being a commie. A vodka drinking commie.
Pinkos!
I'm going to shut you down.
Okay, that sounds like you're sitting in a chair or something. What are you doing?
Real patriots don't drink vodka. What the hell?
You really need to cut that camera on, Spellbinder.
Right. Quit being a communist. Turn on your back camera. Sober up. Get a grip on yourself.
Maybe it's a zombie apocalypse going on over there, man. Sounds like it.
No,
Does sound like
goddamn fucking
it. Commie.
Commie? You call me a commie? You fucking
You're drinking vodka.
collectivist.
Vladimir Spellbinder. You're obviously a communist. But a Russian.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Spellbinder, this is it's very un-American of you, man.
Definitely.
I'll tell you what the hell that is. That's probably the...
I can't even pull it.
What? What is that?
Google evidence.
Google video rules. Join the chat.
Alrighty then.
All right. Well, hi there.
That's pretty random.
Oh, look, and it's a red color, man. It must be Vladimir Putin coming to recruit him.
Spellbinder, what are you doing, man?
There you go, Spellbinder. The Google staff's in here demanding you turn on your camera or else you're going to be banned.
They're about to
You
fucking
hear that?
shut you off, dude.
They're about to ban your channel for being a communist.
The Red Army's here to enforce.
Mm-hmm. I said hello.
Oh, what's up, Google Rules?
Hear that, Spellbinder? You're in deep shit now. You better turn that camera on. The Google people are here.
What's
They're
up?
asking to see your face.
I want to see this Chewbacca sounding Spellbinder.
Yep. Great. Thanks a lot, Spellbinder. You got us all in trouble now.
Damn it, man, not again.
Fuck.
Oh damn! I think we
Right,
lost it.
Spellbinder. No, you can't just close your mouth and pretend you're not here. You got us in trouble.
You can't
He's done
hide.
for.
Too late now. He already knows you're here. Hit the button.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Better turn on your camera.
The Google Popo gonna arrest you.
Yeah, he's finished. What the fuck?
What?
The cuckoo clock?
I think that's the Rusty Wheels and Spellbinder's chair, maybe?
Oh, man, I didn't know that was coming. Alice in Wonderland over there tonight.
He's moving around over there. What are you doing, man?
Maybe we should all do some karaoke.
Oh God.
Oh, listen.
Ready?
He's back.
Stick it in a little deeper there, buddy.
Come on, Spellbinder.
Oh, Jesus.
Come on, buddy. You can make it. The keyboard. Let's do it.
Let's dance.
Hey, the weekend for the problem. Then why do we lose so many teams?
Come on, Spellbinder, baby. Come on.
Oh, Lord.
To the keyboard.
So you go again. When the leading melody,
Spellbinder.
always the same thing. Can't you see?
Spellbinder, you got us in trouble. Every time you go away, you make me fucking want to kick you.
Seriously, I think we've lost him. He's done for.
I think he did. I think he passed out in his own vomit.
Yeah. I can say I feel better about national security now.
Absolutely.
Knowing that we got a commie that's probably selling our secrets.
What the fuck is he doing?
I think he got to his chair and then fell out of his chair, and he's back on the floor again, leaning on the mic. And that's what
Right,
he's doing.
he's rolling all over the mic, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. That's why I told him to cut the camera on, man.
That's what I said.
You basement wizard motherfucker.
Total fucking amateur.
You think he'll ever make it back to the microphone?
Hell no.
I don't know, man. There is some good footage in this one. There is some good stuff where he said he was masturbating when you were talking, and then after that, like a few minutes later, he said he wanted to fuck you.
That was kind of
We got that.
a little uncomfortable.
It's kind of weird. It's a little odd.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
But it's out there, though. It's out there.
Well, what now, huh? Basement Wizard's passed out drunk. We got some fucking Google moderator.
Uh-oh.
No way.
I think the bottle was digging into his ribs that time. One of many.
Oh, wait a minute. This is so fucked up, man. What is he doing? Basement Wizard.
Did
What are you
God
doing?
come out?
Yeah, he was inside of him. Maybe God came out of him. That's what we're hearing. God's trying to open a bag of chips or something. Yeah, he's done for.
And here's LeBron James, who literally is a delusional person that thinks he's God because he can put a ball in a basket, sitting here lecturing everyone how they need to go sign up for the giant screw job that is Obamacare.
That'll get him up for sure.
You never know when you might take a hit. Like when you go there and get your vaccine for your baby and it has a convulsion, never talks. Hey, your 18-month-old's running around talking, having a great time, saying ABC. Yeah, go get covered with shots. Your kid ain't ever going to talk again, and they're going to die of brain cancer at age 10. How's that sound? Get covered by the New World Order. Get murdered right now. Go get an abortion right now. Kill all the black men right now.
Yeah. Right now.
Blood from the New World Order. I'm LeBron James.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
That's good.
All right.
I think he might need more of a David Icke waking up.
He's alive. We know that.
Oh, no, that might be EMT checking him out now.
Could be his cat.
I think he's just thrashing around on the floor with the mice and the keyboard on top of him. Probably got the keyboard jammed in his ribs. Legs up against the chair.
Timber.
Tried to get it off. Felt it coming, man. Tried to get him to cut that camera on.
That motherfucker cannot handle his liquor.
Oh, hey, we got this Abraham Lincoln looking motherfucker in the comments. And Senator, why don't you come on in here, man? Help out your boy. Enough to comment. Come on in here and help out your basement wizard friend, man.
Maybe his mail order bride could show us some of them wicked dance moves again.
Yeah, he didn't make it for long, man. He was only like pretty much around for maybe the first 10 minutes of the show. Then he did a shot of vodka, and 10 minutes later, he was done. Started barking and spitting, and
It was getting kind of crazy, man. He took a nice little swig of the vodka.
You
know. Where the hell's Vaughn? Why don't somebody give Vaughn a link? Go in Vaughn Live somewhere.
He's too busy freaking doing his Vaughn Live bullshit. Making all kinds of racket, keeping the kids awake. You know, the normal.
Oh, right on. Huh.
Yeah, I think he'd rather be over there where the Von Tards will stroke him off.
You go.
It's true.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look good with the basement wizard.
Yeah.
Nope.
Hopefully he'll live through it.
Oh, well. One thing I can say, he is resilient. He'll pop back in a couple hours. Be like, just in time to see Insanity getting his ass kicked again.
Yep. Well, he's not going to come in. I invited him, but you know how that goes. Yeah. Mama Jay's welcome to come in here. I see she's down there in the comments. She's lulzy. Huh. But yeah, anybody want to come in here and fucking hang with the basement wizard and whatever.
Mom J's back online. Haven't seen her in a minute.
Apparently. Out of nowhere.
This is out of nowhere. Man, it's gonna be fucked up. Woo! Haven't seen her in a minute.
Shit's getting real.
It's been real for about, what now? 5 months now?
Yeah,
Something
about
like
that.
that. Yeah.
Something around about November. This shit started going downhill.
This top's all right here.
All the damn cows are gonna die. We're gonna lose them all.
Oh no, I think bar none has quite a bit of milk to give.
If we can get them into some kind of fucking milking device.
That's so funny though, how Spellbinder will just get drunk as shit and then be done with it. Just roll over in the middle of the show. Just, I'm done.
I think the pressure was too much. We came in and started giving him business, and then he drank some vodka, and that was it, man. He was gone.
Could have at least had the courtesy to turn the camera so we could laugh at him while he's rolling on the ground.
Well, yeah. He had the camera on for a minute. He showed us the mullet took a big swig of the vodka. It was a Kodak moment.
So was it the Russian vodka or the Swedish vodka?
I don't know. I couldn't really see it. We'll have to get the replay. But it was a bottle of vodka that looked like it only had about an inch left in it. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
He drank the last.
Taxpayer dollars high. Hard at work.
Right. Yep, he took that last swig, and boy, I don't think he didn't really recover. He shut the camera off, and like not even 5 minutes later, he was like barking and spitting and hissing and meowing and speaking in tongues. Then he said some shit about Kenny asked him what he was doing. And he said he was masturbating, and we're like, what?
Yeah, that was kind of odd.
It's just kind of out of nowhere. We're like, okay.
Well, you know how them asexual basement wizards are. They're weird like that.
Yep, it was pretty good.
Whatever you do, Spellbinder, don't go into the light. Stay away from the light.
That's it.
He told us he was, had Jesus inside him and God inside him. We asked him to turn on his camera and show us where. And next thing he told us he wanted to fuck Kenny.
I'm gonna have to play the tape back. I'm not sure what he was saying. I'm gonna have to play the tape back.
What? He said it.
As if the holy threesome isn't enough.
Fucking terrible.
It was terrible.
Out of control.
You went full on gay on your ass.
Lord.
So what do we do? Do we stay
here? I guess we gotta bail, I mean, there's nothing left to do here. We trolled him into fucking combination of us and the vodka, and that was enough. He's done.
Yeah.
He skipped right over the hole.
Shut off on its own after 8 hours, right?
Well, yeah, he may get up and start his day, and this fucking thing still be going for all I know. He won't even know, We'll see. I'll come back and check in a few hours.
Yeah.
We'll probably get up in an hour or two and just get up, turn on his camera, and be like, hey, start talking again.
Yeah. That would be something.
Everybody.
Well, alrighty then.
Yeah.
Woo!
Woo!
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Damn it, man. Pass out, expect us to do all the entertaining, man. That ain't right. Damn pinko commies.
Goddamn bastards.
And send me an invite when you're ready to entertain, Spellbinder. Not when you're ready to pass out.
Thanks, Venus.
Yeah, think about it, man. I could be watching Fringe right now. Damn it. The whole screen's gone red, and I'm talking to myself. Spellbinder. Wakey, wakey, hands off Snakey. Alright. Well, I give up. Take it easy, guys.
Ow. Ow.
I got this really. Google Plus is tied.
Yeah.
Tied. You know you can video call?
Yeah. I can video call this music.
How come you never tell me this stuff? I love this. I never knew this.
Really?
Yeah.
I got raised for me.
You know what? There you go for thinking again.
Oh. I'm all you know.
Why not?
No. Just don't seem like that. I glad it.
Okay. I'm on right now and I didn't even know it.
Really?
I don't know.
I'll play this game now.
Hello? Hello? I'm already go. I'm on the phone with somebody. I don't know who the hell it is. There's 6 people watching.
He's on.
I need to buy this.
Okay, when I go to what? B-O-O.
Let's see. Mm-mm-mm. Love. What?
Roku is awesome. Roku 3 is the best that I can use on mine.
Who is talking? Huh? It's you?
No.
Uh,
For an audience.
Hear this, dude? I'm live and I'm ready for an audience.
Well, let's see. I'll just go to. I shut that off. Okay.
I can go.
If you want to get on here,
Okay.
Plus Facebook. It's Google Plus Facebook. Just go to my page and spell my numbers.
I wonder how much other stuff you're leaving me in the dark about.
Oh, every.
You better not. Hello. Yeah, try to bully me. Not you too bad. Hello. Hi.
It's kind of early.
Who am I on the phone with?
Right here, Cato, Orlando.
That's okay. I'll make this broadcast anyway. You know the PBS Ocean Field Museum, Swamp Camp, the coast now, right? The West Coast, and hit by all that radio. Kushima, 3 meltdowns, meltdowns, and meltdowns.
Yeah, I don't even know what you guys are talking about, man. I don't even think I should be in
U.S. nuclear fuel. Ukraine, U.S. second. That's scientists say.
And April, you're hot. Okay, there it is. Oh.
Dangerously high rats outside the building. Russ.
Nervous. Nervous.
Stuff coming in. 4 dead reactors.
I don't want to be home.
Tritium. Tritium. It's tritium out there now. And around the air, you breathe. Million microparticles. You already know that. Strange WIPP events. Red, brown vapors, silvers, orange. Good. Russia doomsday planning goes airborne. Condemns keeps deadly force on civilians. Our headlines. It's called Carrie. Willie, Lester, and Big Lies. It's Carrie. He came back from the Vietnam War, and he was all against the government and everything. Now he's all kissing up Tom, making big love.
Who is it?
He's kissing up Tom. The rest of us are starving, living on the streets.
Hey.
U.S. nuclear
It's here, watch the camera in my phone.
Russian planes
Okay, we'll use it
did
then.
not enter Ukraine space.
Oh, no, I didn't get yours yet. Have you seen it?
And they probably did.
Mm.
It's ours. Everything is what's going on. This is the thing. They're edging you on to the next war. This world war would never happen if everybody played fair. We got money junkies running our country, running our government, running everything. And they're going to sit there and make this happen. Make money, of course. There's billions to be made. Not millions. It used to be millions 50 years ago.
This is just
Now
crazy.
it's billions to be made.
I love it.
Hello.
I don't know how to use it yet. I don't know what I'm doing.
Mr. Galaxy. How are you doing tonight? Welcome to the haunted palace designed and created by the famous Vincent Price.
Rip hands out. Mm.
Hello.
Hi.
Good. Hello, Mr. Galaxy. How are you doing tonight?
Who is this?
Haunted palace
Oh,
designed and created by the famous
I'm freaking
Vincent
out.
Price. The haunted mansion is back again.
What? Did you get me yet?
Yeah, the government is like the house of Haunted Hill. Oh, we're living in a nightmare. Man, I can't
Because I'm looking
how
for
much
it.
we're living in this.
Oh, boy.
G.I. Griffin's newspaper tells a story about how bad it is every month, every week. Oh, yes, he does. And you saw my transmission from last night. Of course, the headline news of G. Edward Griffin, and he just keeps
That's
coming
not
and
me,
coming with the stuff.
No, baby, that's not the one I'm using. I got rid of that.
I didn't have a chance to read it.
I have to type in my
Is
Facebook
there
name.
anything I should be aware of that I might possibly not already be aware of? Or you know about Cliven Bundy and what's happening at the ranch out there. I mean, that's like wrong, just wrong, unconstitutional.
I have no
You got
idea what
federal
these guys
agents
are
out there
doing.
ready to take them out, like the Davidian Church or something, or even the Weavers up their ranch, and it's bad.
Okay, here, let me
It's
do
very
it.
bad.
Okay. Are you under...
I mean, we're living,
what is
we're
it?
living the Orwellian nightmare.
BILF?
1984. Yeah, real. Now, if you don't go with them, you're against them. And if you're against them, then don't know.
You need to send me something for me to hang out with.
Okay, I'll try.
This is the other private thing this meeting. I'm telling you now.
No, but I can grab it. I have it. How about this head?
Can you video? Hold on, brilliant. Right here.
Look. What? Oh, click on it. Down it and email. Oh, that's good. The right one is a picture of Kaylin. If you see a picture of Kaylin, it's that's mine. Go to.
So I'm not here. I got your name here. Looking for you.
Hold on. I'm looking for you. Oh, I think I found him.
Really?
Hold on.
That's something. I think. Do you have to send an email? No, I'm not sure. Would you do that?
Oh, I gotta send an email first?
I'm not sure.
Okay. We'll try it.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's what I got to do. Just for Loie.
I'm going in the third grade and I used to.
My channel.
Just add do you have a Gmail address? I think you need to have a Gmail for that.
There's a baby. There's a baby on the screen. Hi. Hi. Do you know that baby? Bye-bye. I gotta go.
I got you here, baby.
Bye.
What's your best defense?
I don't know how to do this. Who's this over here? Here we go.